Chapter 589, Burn the Soul. Chapter 589, Burn the Soul. Sure, Yin didn't know that the world out there had an earth-shaking change because of him. His soul got back to his body. He lifted his head to look at the beautiful light like rainbows above him. He felt the strange movement of earth and heaven aura around him. His sea of consciousness was spaciously extended. Flows of space power poured into his sea of consciousness from that magical space. They rooted in his sea of consciousness, entangled and grew together with each flow of his soul consciousness. It was a misty area in his pupils. He was still sinking in that wonderful scene created by that space change. He wanted to hold on to that space from the time it started to collapse until it detached completely. He was looking for some meanings of space power. This was the experience he could meet by chance but could never wish for. To warriors cultivating space power, experience the great change of space was like reading a precious scripture, which lectured the nature of space. This is extremely precious to him. He sank into that area. Gradually, the earth-shaking change of the void above his head disappeared. Everything restored as usual. However, earth and heaven energy in the underground of the shady firmament old mound had an inexplicably miraculous change due to the current occurrence. Spiritual chi here became thicker, and the way they were circling also changed. Currently, earth and heaven's spiritual chi here with different forms of energy blended altogether that warriors could sense but couldn't use them. It was strange that those energy forms and the beams of light with different kinds of powers Shi Yin saw in the wonderful space were similar. It was like the energies of that space suddenly flooded the Grace mainland. The great change of the void above his head disappeared completely. 3 glorious flames cut the space and appeared in front of him. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame flashed then sank into Shi Yan's host soul, where it would use his soul power to restore its vitality. The ice-cold flame and the earth flame turned into 2 small flames, releasing the distinctive energy, fluctuations of the heaven flames. War devil and ghost hunter scattered to guard him in case anything would happen all of a sudden. Deep in Shi Yan's pupils were sharp space blades. From his spot, he seemed to have connections with many other fine spaces. He gave people a vague feeling, which was hard to capture with their eyes or soul consciousness. The wounds on his body were all healed. There was no open cut on his body now. He was vigorously healthy. Dense earth and heaven's spiritual chi floated near him like the thick mist. It slowly moved toward him. Energy light dots flew around like lighting bugs, proactively getting into his body, absorbing into his internal organs and limbs. They gradually refined in his body, becoming part of his blood and flesh. Long afterward, his eyes shone like precious gems. His aura rocketed. Space cracks like willow branches opened around him. Space power that looked like gossamer strongly overflowed into his body. He was still sinking in his magical status of comprehending. He didn't notice the changes of the world out there. The gathering point of the Ghost Mark clan in the shady firmament old mound. 2 sages of the Ghost Mark clan were laughing crazily. Their draft power was being restored more quickly under the new torrential heaven and earth aura. God favors us. Clear tears lingered in his eyes. The complex tattoos on his body, like the vessel system, started to move. His aura changed shortly. Now it was like the immeasurable ocean. A wave of fierce soul fluctuations twirled and expanded from him as the core. AI and Lamo were standing in the front. They felt their sea of consciousness was torn apart by a tornado. At the same time, their flows of soul consciousness were so heavy they couldn't move them smoothly. Soul, dark, exterminating spell. A sage spat out 4 words of the ghost line written charm with a strange melody. The 4 written charms sparkled like precious gems. Glorious light shot out grumblingly. Hundreds of light beams entangled, like gossamer in the crystal-clear written charms. They were forming a vague but mysterious and complicated. The written charms stormed forward, for tremendous soul fluctuations surged, darting toward AI Pa and Lamo's team. AI, Pa, Lamo, and the others were petrified under the intimidating energy of the four written charms. They stood blankly with dull expressions on their faces. For written charm detached then drilled toward AI, Pia, Lamo, Gong Sun Tao, and Zhuo Hui, hitting their chest. These four were like they got the body-fixing technique. They didn't inch as all powers in their bodies were sealed. Even their souls were confined, and they couldn't urge their thought, either. At this moment, the other sage started to perform his deadly attack. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, and Yuying paled. They felt distressed, but they didn't dare to linger, immediately retreated. The storage rings on Yi Xiong's fingers opened at once. More than 10 secret treasures flew out. All carried massive energy with magical effects. They burst off instantly in front of Yi Xiong, created unbreakable attacking stream energy. Firefly insects dare vie with the bright moon. In the void, a fabric sheet full of green ghost scripture unfolded, covering all the energy Yi Xiong had released. The sheet then twisted and squeezed. Many mysterious and complicated ghost scriptures moved like an angry river, releasing crazy and brutal energy fluctuations. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Attacks by numerous secret treasures were crushed inside the sheet. Yi Xiong's bones shook. Blood dripped from his face, his hair disheveled. He looked like a demon with such appearance. He got hurt badly. Go. I got your back. Yi Xiong gritted his teeth as though he was a wild beast backed in the corner. He wanted to risk his life. In his eyes was a place of white snow. Yi Xiong's glabella cracked. Drops of dark blood were squeezed out, rolling down his nose to his mouth. Ha! He screamed wildly. Yi Xiong spurt out a dark purple bead. The bead then took in the drop of blood from his glabella, sparkling with formidable soul fluctuation. There was a tiny man inside the bead. He was swinging his arms busily as if he was controlling something. That little man was Yi Xiong's soul seal. When the precious bead appeared, waves of soul energy rippled upward, covering the space in front of Yi Xiong. Old Yi. Zhu Yi's eyes almost cracked. Tears lingered in his sockets, his face painful and sorrowful. He knew that precious bead was a level 7 sacred treasure with Yi Xiong's soul seal, which could create an extremely firm soul fortress. At this moment, Yi Xiong took this bead out and poured his soul seal into it, as he knew he couldn't escape death this time. He could only use his soul to urge the bead and have the last battle of his life. Move. Go. Yi Xiong's voice came from the little man inside the bead. He was scared and anxious. Yu Ying's eyes reddened. She clenched her jaw, attempting to risk her life, too. Go. You must tell the sect what happened here. Yi Xiong screamed crazily. It's happened in the Spirit Treasure Clan. As an elder, you don't want to see our clan destroy, right? While screaming, the tiny human in that bead was crying as if he was burning. His soul power ceased quickly. Layers or energy barriers expanded from the bead, creating an unyielding soul wall, blocking that sage and his dangerous attacks. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the place where soul attacks impact, smoke evaporated. After each flow of smoke exuded, YX's soul seal would get 1 grade smaller. Soon, Yi Xiong's soul seal had reduced half. If you won't go, you will fall here with me. This is a long-term calamity. You must come back alive. You must keep the inheritance of our sect. Yi Xiong roared like a beast. Zhu Yi shook as if there was a bucket of water pouring on him. He woke up. Go. We're going now. Zhu Yi cried. Tears rolled on his face, but he forced himself to turn away. He urged the secret treasure in his body and escaped. Wai hesitated. Her eyes reddened as she said firmly, Yi Ji, we will take revenge for you. Then moonlight bloomed from her body. She flew away as fast as light. Ai pa Leamo, and the others were fixed by the soul-dark exterminating spell. They couldn't move an inch. Vitality in their bodies ceased like a sapling was uprooted. Gradually, they didn't breathe anymore. It's time to erase human race. The ghost-marked clan's sage muttered to himself. He swung his hand, and the written charm, scripture flew out, covering the spirit realm experts, Ai pa Leamo, and the others. Under the invincible power of the written charm, scripture, Ai pa Leamo and their teams were like dust scattering with the wind. The written charm, scripture glowed. The mysterious Chi seemed to be recovered a lot. It was floating above the group of the Ghostmark clan, scattering some drops. The clansmen were crazily happy. They opened their mouths greedily to receive those drops. Their auras had gradually been restored. Those too. A sage frowned. He then released his soul consciousness to sense for a while, then shook his head begrudgingly. He used the escape technique. He paid the big price of hurting himself to get away. He's tens of thousands of li away. With this far distance, it's hard to kill them. Too bad. The human force can be strengthened a little bit. It's all right, said the sage who was holding the written charm scripture. When the space cracks appear, Chi will flood in gradually. Our clan will recover shortly. What we should do now is not to chase after them. We should try to connect with expelled clans to conspire our big undertaking. Yeah, it's true. Besides the Ghostmark clan, the Demon clan, the Monster clan, the Giant clan, the Dark Spirit clan, the Corpse clan, and the Sea clan will appear here. We should get there earlier, so as our benefits will be greater later. It's been so many years. I thought that we would have died because of the world extinguishing thunderflame. Now we can see the sun again. God still favor us. Hey, where's the world extinguishing thunderflame? I don't see it here. I almost forget it. Let me try to search for it. Chapter 590, Aftermath. Chapter 590, Aftermath. Zhu Yi and Yu Ying had run away for over 10,000 li. However, they were still in the underground. They hadn't reached the surface yet. Hiding in the area of phosphorus ghost mushrooms, Zhu Yi was as pale as white paper. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and he was taking in pellets to recover. He tried to adjust his breathing, then took out the sound stone, trying to contact the others. Zhu Yi was using secret treasures to flee away underground instantly. To activate these treasures, he had to squeeze all of his essence chi. When he had no beam of energy in his body, the treasures would take him away. At this moment, Zhu Yi had drained his power. He was in a perilous situation and had to use more secret treasures to defend himself while using the pellets to restore his power and search for help. He didn't know that the two sages of the Ghostmark clan didn't pursue him, so he was trying his best to recover fast. The sound stone in his hand sparkled with strange light. Zhu Yi poured a thought into it, screaming using his soul consciousness. Where are you guys? I'm not far from you. How are you? Yu Ying answered immediately. Her voice was feeble, which indicated that she was exhausted. Certainly she had been hurt too. Usually, the escape technique that could jump more than 10,000 li in just a blink would cause damage to the users. Zhu Yi's case and Yu Ying's case were the same. Don't rush. Contact Yin Xiao and tell her not to get back here. Zhu Yi's eyes reddened. He hurried to advise the other. I can't find her now. I don't know where she's gone. Perhaps she's too far from us, so she couldn't receive the thought from the soundstone. Do you have any news of Shi Yan? No. Zhu Yi's face darkened. He felt regret, while sorrow filled his heart. He kept silent for a long time. Before Shi Yan had left, He had triggered AI Pa Leamo and their teams to make them risk their lives against the Ghost Mark clan. At the same time, he had cared about them, asking them to leave that place. However, Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong didn't value his words. They had hesitated and then decided to stay and fight, and they had to bear a painful aftermath. Leamo and AI Pa died. Yi Xiong had burnt his soul, which wasn't different from getting both his soul and body destroyed. Under the imposing soul power of the two sages, they had only one choice, which was to hurt themselves to flee away. Now, Zhu Yi and Yu Ying were feeling a deep regret. They regretted that they didn't listen to Shi Yan's advice, that they shouldn't have been greedy for the magical Yin written charm scripture and the world-extinguishing thunder flame. And now, they had fallen into such an aftermath. After they had their failure, they recalled Shi Yan's broad vision. They couldn't help but want to contact him. Unfortunately, Shi Yan's soundstone seemed to be broken. They couldn't track down his signal. This gave them another worry. Hey! As Zhu Yi was sinking in his regret, he heard Yu Ying's surprised scream. Zhu Yi was shaken, asking immediately, "What problem? Did you find something?" "The soul-sensing stone you gave me suddenly glowed." Yu Ying wasn't so sure. "I'll check to see who is that. Hold on." "Okay." "Shi Yan. He's near me." Zhu Yi's eyes brightened. Thoughts crossed his head as he said abruptly, "You go get him. After I've recovered, I'll get there." "Okay." There were many cold plants growing inside the gray mist, together with ruined gravestones and ancient corpses. Yu Ying took a deep breath, then urged the moonlight power she had accumulated for so many years. She was holding a ring that looked like a silver moon, walking towards a specific direction. At this moment, Yu Ying didn't have any disdainful thoughts toward Shi Yan. Quite the contrary, she suddenly respected him. At the critical moment, he was determined enough to retreat. He wasn't greedy for treasures. Such wise moves coming from a junior made Yu Ying feel shame. She didn't know it was due to the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame that Shi Yan had such precise vision of the whole picture. She assumed that Shi Yan was wise and could foresee the future events from the current details. She started to respect him. When she sauntered toward Shi Yan's general direction, Yu Ying's face became more respectful as she thought what to say when she met him. She was shy and worried if Shi Yan would mock them for what they'd done. Young, talented men like Shi Yan were all arrogant, and they didn't want to obey the elders. When they talked, they often didn't leave the way out. The terrible failure this time was because they didn't listen to his advice. As she thought about the mockery manners Shi Yan would show her, her steps became heavier. However, she had to go there. Her condition was bad. Since she had taken risks and used the escape technique, she had to consume a big part of her energy. Her soul consciousness was damaged too. If she met a stranger with a profound realm, or the Ghost Mark clan's clansmen chasing after her, she couldn't use the escape technique one more time. Only death would welcome her then. Yu Ying didn't have a good impression of Shi Yan. However, in the current circumstances, she had no other choice around. After Yu Ying had crossed through a transition of cold Floris while wearing a complicated complexion, she found Shi Yan. War Devil, king of demonic insects, the devouring gold silkworm, the Holy Spirit God, the Ghost Hunter, and the 2 Heaven Flames were the most loyal guards, securing Shi Yan in the center or their barricade. Yu Ying peeked at him and shivered instantly. Her eyes showed that she was disbelieving. Her bright eyes gazed at Shi Yan, who was panting heavily with his open mouth. This was scary. At this moment, the force Shi Yan had could kill any third sky of spirit realm warrior. She knew that Shi Yan had the War Devil. Yu Ying sensed for a while and found that the auras from the Ghost Hunter and the King of Demonic Insects weren't weaker than her, a third sky of spirit realm expert. And she didn't dare to sense the Holy Spirit God and the 2 Heaven Flames, so she didn't know how strange they were. But She could confirm that since these three aliens could stay at the same spot with the ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects and the war devil, they should be absolutely formidable. Especially the ice-cold flame. This cold flame had a freezing aura, which told her that it was ranked number 8 among the 9 heaven flames. The ice-cold flame. The mysterious heaven flame. Yu Ying was scared. She smacked her tongue, discreetly, her eyes bright. Finally, she understood why Yuan Hao, the cult master of the Radiant God cult, had valued this young man that much. For his initiation, he had summoned all the elders. At that time, she had looked down on him. Just like the other elders, she thought that Yuan Hao just wanted to make a small thing big, and they assumed that Yuan Hao had favored this young man too much. But now, she didn't think like that anymore. She admired Yuan Hao, and she didn't have any doubt or objection. The force Shi Yan revealed here was enough to fight the 7 elders together. What was this concept? As Ewing got it clear, she was totally convinced. A pair of brutal monster eyes gazed at her, while a flow of murderous aura slapped her face. Yu Ying was scared, and her face changed dramatically. She stood still, not daring to move. Ghost Hunter strolled towards her alone. It had tiptoed a little bit, as if it was afraid that it would bother Shi Yan. After it walked more than 100 meters away from Shi Yan, the monster accelerated, dashing towards Yu Ying. Yu Ying's face was bitter, but she couldn't cry. She didn't have any power left, so she had to come here to find Shi Yan for help. However, right when she saw her, a humanoid beast had placed its eyes on her. This was an intimidating beast, and with her current condition, she couldn't do anything to counter. Of course, Ghost Hunter wouldn't care about her. Letting AI run away had irritated the Ghost Hunter. Seeing another woman sneak into the area, the monster wanted to use Yu Ying to vent out its anger. Shi Yan. As Yu Ying saw the oncoming danger, she couldn't help but pitch her voice. Shi Yan was sinking in his strange status. Hearing that pitiful call, his brows convulsed as he sent a thought away. The Ghost Hunter savagely stormed towards Yu Ying to attack her. Dark Qi and Devil Qi twirled around it, as the beast shook the bell to kill her. That great change of heaven and earth wasn't a good thing to mankind, but the Ghost Hunter could earn some benefits from it. It could feel the power in its body increasing little by little, while its speed of accumulating Dark Qi and Devil Qi was accelerating. Also, its soul fluctuation became more fluent and flexible. Yu Ying's face was sorrowful. Seeing the Ghost Hunter coming, she tried to urge the scarce remaining energy to counter the beast for a while. Right at this moment, the Ghost Hunter halted in the air as if it were frozen, not moving an inch. The humanized pupils of the Ghost Hunter showed its suspicions. It secretly sent its sole thought to Shi Yan. After it received the confirmation, the beast begrudgingly returned and stood next to the war devil again. You should wait. He needs more time. The ice-cold flame had bounced for a while, then shot a soul fluctuation towards Yu Ying to send her a clear thought. Yu Ying was astounded. She looked at the ice-cold flame. Are you explaining to me? Yeah, he's comprehending the power Upanishad. Currently, he can't talk with you, the ice-cold flame continued. You can wait here, or if you don't have time, you can leave. The ice-cold flame and Shi Yan had a deep soul connection, so it knew the relation between Shi Yan and Yu Ying. If Shi Yan didn't ask the Ghost Hunter to kill her, it would explain the situation to her. Yu Ying received the thought from the ice-cold flame the second time. Now, she could confirm that the spirit that had sent her message was the heaven flame. She was filled with surprise and wanted to inquire further. However, seeing the ice-cold flame didn't want to react to her, she could only be wise and keep her mouth shut. She waited in silence, with the hope that Shi Yan would wake up soon. She had many suspicions in her heart. Elder Yu, how are you? I'm coming right away. Suddenly, the sound stone in her hand transmitted Zhu Yi's thought. He seemed to be cheered up. You should wait for a while to avoid unnecessary troubles. Yu Ying was surprised for a while and then sent him thought. It's a little bit strange here. When you arrive, don't hurry. Better to tiptoe. What happened? Sure, Yen wanted to attack you? No. Wait until you get here. You will know. Yu Ying forced a smile. Chapter 591 Mediocre. Chapter 591 Mediocre. Yu Ying still looked at Shi Yan. She didn't dare to act rashly as she was afraid of the ghost hunter's attack. She was waiting for Zhu Yi in silence. Sure, Yan currently had nothing abnormal. He looked like he was sleeping while standing quietly. However, energy fluctuating waves were rippling from him unceasingly, and it seemed to get stronger from time to time. Yu Ying didn't know what was happening in his body. However, the only thing she could confirm was that Shi Yan was having some positive changes. From the ghost hunters and the war devil's reactions, she understood that Shi Yan was learning the meanings of some power. With this point of view, Yu Ying started to study him. After a while, she recognized that Shi Yan was having a deep sleep. However, the space next to him was distorted chaotically as though a pair of invisible hands pulling and tearing space. From the beginning until now, these invisible hands were affecting the space surrounding him. Yu Ying was astounded. Of course. She didn't know that Shi Yan had used space power to enter the spirit realm. This kind of power was really rare and mysterious that not many people paid attention to it in the whole Grace mainland. It wasn't that the Upanishads of this kind of power wasn't strong enough. Quite the contrary. From the ancient time up to now, as long as there was martial technique or secret treasure in space category, they were all terrifically intimidating. It was because the Upanishads of space power was really difficult to comprehend. No one had considered the main power to learn and improve their strength. Also, there was no book or precursors to guide them. Warriors who studied this kind of power had to do it alone. If one had to search and study one kind of power Upanishad alone, it was like when a blind man is groping on an elephant. It would be tough to get the whole picture. Usually they could only know the surface, and they could never understand the true meanings of the power thoroughly. Without someone having a complete understanding of the power of the Upanishads, it meant the warrior couldn't get a strong competence. When he used it to level up in spirit realm, it would be a strenuous challenge. Many people could never find an opportunity using space power to level up again, even if they had to spend their whole life. When Yu Ying recognized that Shi Yan was comprehending space Upanishads, she was so astounded that she almost screamed. She understood that Shi Yan had encountered some change, that he had a new perception of space power. It was really rare that the warrior who practiced in this area perhaps would never have such a chance for the rest of his life, which kept him from leveling up or having a new breakthrough. Space power. Yu Ying felt bitter. She shook her head, her eyes complicated. This man is imposingly exaggerating enough. According to his realm and his age at this moment, in the future he will achieve a profound realm. If his main power is space power, he can gradually improve it. One day, when he's able to use space power to break through the realm, his potential at that time would be immeasurable. The more Yu Ying got to know Shi Yan, the more regret she had. She regretted that she shouldn't treat him that way. A boundless potential warrior like him had joined the Radiant God cult. Someday in the future, no one could say what he could contribute to the cult. Perhaps he could surpass Yin Hao and take the Radiant God cult to the peak. As soon as this thought arose in her heart, Yu Ying was struck. She took a deep breath. Another thought filled her head that she couldn't erase it. She must establish a good relationship with this kid. Yu Ying made up her mind. At the same time, Yu Ying received Zhu Yi's message from the Soundstone. Her lips moved, sending her message. Then, she continued waiting in silence. Indeed, Zhu Yi quietly arrived 5 minutes later. The ghost hunter immediately recognized the change. Its brutal eyes shot over to a shady area. Murderous aura condensed on its body. Around 100 meters away from Yu Ying's left, a miraculous explosion resounded from the ground. A cone-shaped silver, secret treasure emerged from the ground. Zhu Yi appeared from the treasure. He instantly hid the treasure away, covered his aura, then looked at Shi Yan. At first glance, Zhu Yi discolored in fright, his eyes bright as the torch. He was amazed. This. Zhu Yi gawked. His face showed that he was disbelieving what he was looking at. Just like Yu Ying, the strange creatures next to Shi Yan had scared him. It's so dangerous. At this moment, Zhu Yi knew why Yu Ying didn't state things clearly. The force Shi Yan displayed here was exaggerating. Such force was even stronger than the big families from the 7 ancient factions. And he's just a young man. Zhu Yi had a wider knowledge than Yu Ying. With just a glare, he knew the value of the ghost hunter, the devouring gold silkworm, and the king of demonic insects. He also knew that the ice-cold flame and the earth flame were the heaven flames with life and consciousness. The only thing he couldn't get was the Holy Spirit God. Basically, creatures like the Holy Spirit God shouldn't exist in this world. He had never known this kind of marvelous soul before. He was frightened. In the gathering area of the Ghost Mark clan in the shady firmament Old Mound, the Ghost Mark clan sages were using their soul to sense this continent. After a long while, the 2 sages almost opened their eyes at the same time. I can sense the feeble aura of the world extinguishing thunder flame near that kid. But it's too weak, I can't see clearly. It disappeared into spaces, I suppose. Perhaps it clutches on that kid and hides again. Possible. Then it's simple. We also want to kill that kid. When we destroy him, the world-extinguishing thunder flame will be exposed. It's true. Without the host, it has nowhere to hide. And the energies in earth and heaven have changed. Otherwise, in such a far distance like this, we can't attack him even once. Get him. After the 2 sages had a conversation using their souls, they decided what to do. They didn't hesitate, taking action all of a sudden. Shi Yan closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, sinking into some wonderful realm. He gradually restored his consciousness, awakening from the changes of space power. Right when he had just opened his eyes, he immediately recognized the change of energy above his head. He felt shivers sending down his spine. Shi Yan beamed a faint smile from the corner of his mouth. He opened his eyes, faced up to look at the void above his head, then snorted. Damn it! Those 2 old monsters only know how to disturb me. Whirling wind. Thick, mysterious een was gathering above his head, creating long chains that naked eyes could see. Those chains then moved into a magical formation that looked like a bird catching net with dense mesh. It seemed to be able to crush any creatures inside the net with the smallest energy fluctuation. The intimidating energy fluctuation in that formation could move the mountain and level the sea. Such aura pressing down gave Zhu Yi and Yu Ying a feeling of a small loser that didn't have a way to counter. Shi Yan, be careful! Yu Ying couldn't help but shout. Yu Ying knew the ones who attacked them were the 2 true God Realm sages of the Ghost Mark clan. Their strength was beyond her upper endurance limit. We're over. Zhu Yi whined in pain. His face was grim. He felt no strength left in him, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss where he couldn't see a beam of light. The formation above their heads was pressing down. Its coverage was wide, which included him and Yu Ying. Under the attack of such powerful and evil force, these 2 had nothing to encounter. Since they had spent too much energy for the escape technique, they couldn't use that trick one more time. They could only look at the formation snatching them. Zhu Yi felt a big regret that he shouldn't find and gather with Shi Yan. If he hadn't got here, he wouldn't be involved. He could see that the 2 true God Realm sages of the Ghost Mark clan had aimed for Shi Yan. He and Yu Ying were just 2 innocent passengers that got involved. The formation in the void was changing constantly and magically. The long chains made of mysterious yin qi were like they could take the souls away. They were releasing the vehement soul waves while pressing down furiously. Zhu Yi closed his eyes in misery. He didn't struggle to resist since he knew that he had no other ways around to counter with force under the circumstance. Yu Ying gazed at Shi Yan. She didn't shift her line of sight as if she was waiting for a miracle. She didn't know why she had a feeling that even the true God realm experts couldn't eradicate Shi Yan. Such feeling had no actual pieces of evidence. Perhaps it was because Shi Yan was too calm. He didn't reveal his panic as he should. This strange nonchalance gave her a beam of hope. In her eyes, Shi Yan's image became unreal. Shi Yan was still standing at his spot, but he seemed to stay in another space dimension. He was so vague, which gave people a feeling that his image was reflected in so many broken mirrors, as if his body was split apart and his arms and legs were kept in different space, cracks respectively. However, she knew that Shi Yan had never moved. Thus, she didn't know whether this marvelous hallucination in her eyes was real or false. Abruptly, Shi Yan diffused an aura that could distort space. They then saw Shi Yan's arms, which were detached, appeared from another space crack, trying to rip off the space above his head. It was like there was an invisible, silky cloth in front of Shi Yan, which he had torn open forcefully. As his hands were tearing, a space slit appeared in front of him. Beams of light shot out from that crack gloriously. Meteors sparkled, then disappeared into the galaxy. It was a marvel. The terrifying attack from the formation above their head was created by the two true God realm sages of the Ghostmark clan could strangle the experts of the divine great land like Yun Hao. However, after the space crack had appeared in front of Shi Yan, that thick attack became disordered. When the power of that formation finally slashed down, the space slit in front of Shi Yan was as big as an open mouth of a ferocious beast. Numerous chains made of mysterious yin qi fell like a shower, but all of them were pouring into the space crack, being swallowed and leaving nothing. Shi Yan was calm. Strange light sparkled in his palms. The wonderful space change shot out from his body. That space crack was like a monster swallowing everything as it dissolved all the attacks of the two true God realm experts. A bunch of light flashed. The space that was torn apart was closed. The void above him was restored. Shi Yan stood steadfastly as if nothing had happened. However, his face was pale. He looked at the sky, snorted, then said indifferently, "Well, mediocre." Chapter 592, Apprehending. Chapter 592, Apprehending. At the gathering spot of the Ghostmark clan, the two sages had their face as yellow as earth. The brilliance in their eyes faded. One of them was astounded. His body suddenly trembled hard, as if he just got hit mercilessly. He swung his arms. His eyes were panic-stricken, as though he was drunk and lost his cognition. Does that kid really have the spirit realm cultivation base? The sage, holding the Yin written charm scripture, was relatively calm. He clenched his jaw, drawing the power of the Yin written charm scripture. He inquired indignantly, "How could he solve our attack? Although we haven't recovered fully, that first sky of spirit realm brat could survive. Is it the time changing that creates such strange things? This man's strange. He seems to know the supernatural Upanishads of our Ghostmark clan. I wonder what his relationship with our clan is. We must find him to make it clear. You stay here. I'm going there to see if I can catch him. Be careful. You haven't restored your strength fully. That kid is strange and evil. Don't fall into his trap." "Yeah." "Ow." Yu Ying's eyes were as bright as diamonds. She looked at the man ahead of her. His slim fingers balled into fists, her soft body shivering. Unbelievable. Sure, Yen had only the power of the spirit realm, but he could solve the attack of two true God Realm experts. She could see clearly that Shi Yan had used space power. This man, does he really have a deep understanding of space power's true meanings? Yu Ying was frightened. Zhu Yi waited for a long while, and he found that the intimidating power above their heads had disappeared all of a sudden. He hesitated. He couldn't press his doubt looking at the sky. He then saw a drifting cloud area on the horizon of the void, but there was no intimidating rippling energy wave anymore. What happened? Zhu Yi's voice was a bit hoarse as he was uncertain. Did Shi Yan solve that strike? Yu Ying forced a smile, then nodded. Zhu Yi was struck. Light shot out from his eyes. How could he do that? Space power. Space power. Zhu Yi was dazed. Suddenly he shouted. He understands space power. You mean he knows how to use space power? Yu Ying nodded the second time. Zhu Yi shivered, but he hadn't said anything for quite a long time, his face admiring. As his knowledge of space power was more profound than Yu Ying, he understood how formidable it could be once Shi Yan could control space power. An expert who knew how to use space power smoothly would be the nightmare of enemies. If they didn't have the secret treasures that could restrain it, a warrior using space power could always move and cross between spaces. They had no means to lock down that warrior. In case this kind of warriors met an opponent he couldn't face, he could sneak into a space slit and escape without damaging his body or his secret treasures. Also, if they wanted to ambush the opponents, they would be the most dangerous assassins in this world. You can never predict when he will appear behind your back. This feeling is like having a spear placed at your throat. Extremely irritating. When this kind of warriors could perceive the slashing skill of the sharp space saber, he would become the best attacker. In this world, nobody has ever heard about something that space saber couldn't cut off. The space saber was more gruesome than the sharpest weapons. To it, there was nothing it couldn't pierce through. Bodies, treasures, mountains or rivers, even the souls, all found it hard to avoid the sharpness of space saber. Zhu Yi smacked his tongue in awe. He looked at Shi Yan from a far distance. His countenance changed constantly. Luckily, he wasn't an enemy. Zhu Yi felt lucky thinking about that, and the pressure in his heart was loosened a little bit. At this moment, Shi Yan suddenly turned to them, smiled, then said, "How are you? Where are the others?" Zhu Yi and Yu Ying got their eyes distressed. Shi Yan was surprised. He was bewildered for a while, then asked, "Unexpected things happened." "Yi Xiong's dead," Zhu Yi sighed, his face bitter and sorrowful. He clenched his jaw, then shouted, "I swear, I have to take revenge for him. To give us an exit, he had to burn his soul." Yu Ying nodded, her face heavy and gloomy. Shi Yan wasn't so surprised. He sighed, then said faintly, "I knew it would happen. The two sages of the Ghostmark clan are the true God Realm experts. If you face them directly, it's almost impossible to win." Ghostmark clan. Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly got colder. "You know their identity." Although Zhu Yi and Yu Ying were the noble characters of the Radiant God cult and the Spirit Treasures sect, they didn't know much of these ancient races. Having heard Shi Yan say so, they were cheered up and hurried to urge him. "I know a little bit." Shi Yan nodded, then frowned. "Anyway, we can't stay here any longer. I think those two sages will come here shortly. We should leave first." Zhu Yi and Yu Ying were frightened. They nodded continuously. They feared for it. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was because of the big gap between them and the two sages. Along with the change of earth and heaven energy, the gap was extending. The longer they waited, the worse the situation could be. "We should leave the shady firmament old mound first, then we will plan the next step." Shi Yan didn't linger, taking back the war devil and the ghost hunter into the blood vein ring. He left directly. After this time of comprehending space power, he had vaguely touched the threshold of space power. Now he could use space power to create a space slit and guide all the attacks of his enemy into that slit, saving himself from harm. He had just tried the ability, and it didn't fail him. He was overjoyed that the space slit could even swallow a true God Realm's attack. This meant he had another precious way to save his life. At the same time, after the washing of space power, the essence chi in his body had blended with a small amount of space power, which helped him trigger space power and that he could tear spaces as he pleased. Of course, his current understanding of space power was far behind the realm Zhu Yi had thought of. However, he had made an encouraging step. Together with the increase of his realm, the ability to control space would become more fluent. At that time, he could make a change more magically. You don't want to find him? The 9 Serenity Soul devouring flame talked to him from deep inside his soul with a feeble voice. Its original seal had been divided and dragged into different spaces, although it can't be eradicated with only that its power had been damaged badly. As its original seal can't be joined again, it can't restore the power. At this moment, it isn't a threat anymore. Shurian beamed a faint smile. Don't worry. It can't hide. I know the space nodes of its parts of the original seal. Wait until my cognition of space power can leap another step. I'll go get it. You can take this chance to find the thing that can restrain that flame. At that time, you can subdue it directly, said the 9 Serenities, soul-devouring flame. There's something that can restrain that flame. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Of course, everything in this world has a nemesis. They promote and constrain each other. Nothing is an exception or an absolute. Even though its thunder and lightning power is special, there's something that it can't harm even a bit. As long as we can find them and forge a treasure, of course, we can capture it. Harumph, people don't know how to deal with it, but I know it pretty clear. Excellent. Seems it can't escape my hands. If one day you can collect all the 9 heaven flames, you will. Will what? You'll know at that time. Anyway, this is really hard. Almost impossible. What if I can do it? Then the mysteries you will perceive will be as profound as what God knows. Every creature will admire your fortune. Shi Yan was frightened. Until now, this 9 Serenities, soul-devouring flame had ignored everything. Secret treasures or magical materials couldn't get into its eyes of God. As a person who sat on a summit and had experienced everything, it seemed to not put into its eyes anything. Except for Shi Yan's blood vein ring, it disregarded everything else. This was the first time this flame said something with a solemn voice. It astounded Shi Yan, collecting 9 types of heaven flames. This thought rooted in his head. He couldn't help but think about it. The more he thought about it, the bigger the feeling he had about the existence of something really magical was. The 9 heaven flames included the primal chaos sacred flame, the world extinguishing thunder flame, the 9 serenities soul devouring flame, the immemorial demonic flame, the purgatory true flame, the Een spirit god flame, the vermilion bird true flame, the ice cold flame, the vanishing corpse flame. Among these 9 heaven flames, the world extinguishing thunder flame, the 9 serenities soul devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the purgatory true flame, and the vanishing corpse flame had appeared. Shi Yan had the 9 serenities soul-devouring flame and the ice-cold flame. Yi Changfeng had the purgatory true flame, and the vanishing corpse flame stayed with Qingming, the master of the corpse god sect. If things went well and he could get the world-extinguishing thunder flame, it wouldn't be tough to get the vanishing corpse flame from the corpse god sect's Master Qingming. However, since Yi Changfeng was his friend, it was hard to collect the purgatory true flame. But if he could find something equal to exchange with Yi Changfeng, it didn't sound impossible. Heaven flames could detect each other, as long as the primal chaos sacred flame, immemorial demonic flame, Een spirit god flame, and vermilion bird true flame existed in the Grace mainland. Perhaps he could meet them in the future and that he could have the opportunities to get them all. Thoughts moved across his head. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. His complexion was solemn, as though he was considering the possibility. The uniting of the 9 flames that the 9 Serenities' thunder flame had mentioned was the greatest enticement. He couldn't help but want to carry out the plan immediately. "We got out!" Zhu Yi screamed, then stormed out of a gloomy cave underground. He swung his arms and shouted. His sorrow seemed to be washed away. "Ah!" Yu Ying screamed, facing the high sky. Suddenly, she shouted with fear, "Why does the sky look like that?" Shi Yan got out, lifted his head to look at the sky. He was stunned. The sky was deep blue, just like a vast sea. However, the sun, the moon, and the stars were there all together. Stars scattered in the entire immense sky. Under this blue dome of the sky, earth and heaven energy was floating like thick milky mist, as though it had some wonderful changes. Countless unknown energies stormed out from different spaces, filling the whole sky. Chapter 593, Changing. Chapter 593, Changing. Shi Yan, Zhu Yi, and Yu Ying gawked. They didn't know what happened out there that made the sun, moon, and stars appear in the sky at the same time. "You are from the divine great land. Do you know what's going on?" Shi Yan asked the 2 precursors with a silly face. Zhu Yi and Yu Ying shook their heads. "Forget it. We should get to the sect first. From this current situation, I can say the Grace mainland is having some great changes. We don't know what's going on here. Perhaps there are some books in the sects that mention it. We should study carefully," Zhu Yi said uncertainly. Shi Yan and Yu Ying forced a smile, then nodded. The 3 of them left together. They had been running at fast speed for a while, but the sun, moon, and stars in the sky seemed to have no new changes, as though the Grace mainland would be like this from now on. Leaving that quiet and immense wasteland area of the shady firmament Old Mound, the 3 of them then accelerated to the fastest speed to reach the wonderful stone city. All warriors in the wonderful stone city were scared by the great change of the sky. They didn't know what was going on there, so they were all longing for Zhu Yi. As Zhu Yi was the city master of the wonderful stone city, right when he got back, he had checked out the situation of the city first. He got to know that Yun Xiu had brought the 4 juniors, Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, Li Muyu, and Bai Huiquan back to the city earlier. Zhu Yi sighed discreetly. "What did you meet in there? Where's Yi Xiong?" Yun Xiu took the 4 juniors. After they came back, she hurried to ask for the details. Yu Ying and Zhu Yi immediately put on the sorrowful countenance, groaning insufficient details. Yun Xiu felt her heart sinking. From their expressions, she guessed the Yi Xiong was more unfortunate than lucky. However, she didn't have a deep relation with Yi Xiong or had witnessed that scene, so she wasn't too upset. "Elder Yu, Elder Yin, I think you guys should come back to the Radiant God cult and report what we'd experienced in the shady firmament Old Mound to Master Yinhao." Yi Xiong's brows slammed together. "I'm going to send the information immediately to tell them the details, so as we can have a proper preparation." Yu Ying nodded. Although Yun Xiu didn't know the situation clearly, she didn't ask much. She knew that thing that happened in the tombs area wasn't good. "Shi Yan, you certainly had some big harvests this time. After you get back to the Radiant God cult, you should always be alert. I've always felt that the changes in the sky are somehow related to you." Zhu Yi mused, then talked in a somber tone. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu looked at him with fright. Shi Yan was also surprised. "I think you misunderstood something. What does it matter to me?" Shaking his head, Zhu Yi said, "I can't say it clearly. I just have that feeling." Shi Yan beamed a forced smile, but he still talked indifferently. "All right, I'll be more cautious. See you later when we have time." Now, as he got the ethereal crystals, he was a little bit agitated. He wanted to build the massive scaled teleport formation to form the connection with the endless sea. Immortal Island also had a teleport formation. However, the distance it could teleport was relatively short. When he left the Endless Sea, he got to know about the space nodes from Yang Tian Emperor. The space nodes were the directions of movement between teleport formations. As long as he could get the precise space nodes, his teleport formation could perform its functions. Of course, he wasn't so sure that the teleport formation he was about to build could connect to the teleport formation in Immortal Island using space nodes. Anyway, the teleport formation in Immortal Island was a low-level one. Where is Yi Changfeng? Shi Yan hesitated for a while, but couldn't help but ask. After he had known about the uniting of 9 heaven flames, which would give him a new magical destiny, from the shady firmament old mound, he kept thinking about it. Yi Changfeng had the purgatory true flame in his body, which was one of the heaven flames. He wanted to know if Yi Changfeng knew about these mysteries. It could be a good preparation for him in the future. He went with Li Zhongrong to the general sect of the Spirit Treasure Sect. He won't come back shortly. If you don't have any important business to do, you can go there. Anyway, the current situation is a little bit special. All right, I got it. If Changfeng comes back, please tell him to visit me at the Northern Gem Mountain. I'll definitely do it for you. Since Zhu Yi had found Shi Yan's specialties in the shady firmament old mound, he decided to create a good relationship with Shi Yan. Shi Yan's potentials were too intimidating. Not only his strong fighting competence, but he also had some attainment in using space power. To young spirit realm warriors like him, Zhu Yi always appreciated. He was clear that he had to count on Shi Yan in the future. Then I'm going to leave first. Shi Yan wasn't lengthy. After bidding farewell to Zhu Yi, he left with Yu Ying and Yun Xiu to the Radiant God Cult. Along the way, Yu Ying, the one who had been hostile to him, suddenly became so friendly. She often asked him about his cultivation as though she was his real precursor, guiding him step by step to help him kick away the obstacles in his cultivating path. Yu Ying's changed manners made Yun Xiu, Li Muyu, and Bai Hui Quan surprised a lot. They had a vague thought in their hearts. What happened? When we first arrived, didn't you hate him a lot? Why do you seem to turn into another person after getting out of the shady firmament old mound? Yun Xiu used a secret technique to talk to Yu Ying because she couldn't reason why. Yun Mei, later on, you should be more polite to Shi Yan. Don't make grudges against him, Yu Ying answered her, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Why? How can I say? His competence is really formidable. I can't tell you the details. Anyway, listen to me. You should treat him as if he's the Grand Elder. At some point in the future, you have to beg him for his favor, perhaps. Me? Begging him? Wind changes. We don't know what earth-shaking transformation will happen in the divine great land. I always feel that Shi Yan will be one of the most outstanding warriors in the divine great land in the near future. Creating a good relationship with him shouldn't be a bad thing for you later. Yu Jia, are you sure? I'm sure. Yun Xiu didn't say anything, but waves were rising in her heart. Her sight lay on Shi Yan with a different feeling. Muyu, from now on, you have to treat Shi Yan as your brother. Do not provoke him. You have to establish a good relationship with him. After giving advice to Yun Xiu, Yu Ying looked at her apprentice Li Yumu, talking to her with a serious complexion. Why, teacher, what happened to you? Li Muyu is full of grievance. Why do you have to support him? What does he have? Isn't he just a person who depends on external forces to be stronger than the others? Teacher, are you afraid of him? Stupid! Yu Ying cursed under her breath. Don't babble. You just need to remember that. Even if you have to offend the Grand Elder, you can't offend Shi Yan. We can't provoke this man, understand? Li Muyu was more frightened. She had never seen her teacher angry that much. She immediately shut her mouth, didn't dare to talk more. Along the way, Yu Ying and Yun Xiu had treated Shi Yan with a magically changed manner. They were friendly and caring, as if Shi Yan was their long-lost relative. However, this irritated Shi Yan. He understood the reason why these two women had changed their attitudes to him was that she had found his secrets. To the change in their manners, he just enjoyed it naturally. He always thought about taking his relatives and friends in the endless sea to the divine great land. Although Yun Hao had treated him well, the Radiant God cult didn't have only Yun Hao. Even if Shi Yan wasn't afraid of the elders like Yu Ying, the power of his friends in the endless sea was much weaker than them. If Yu Ying, Yun Xiu, and the others wanted to trouble them, it would be really difficult. Sure, Yan wasn't a narrow-minded person. When he found that Yu Ying and Yun Xiu started to establish the relationship with him carefully, he also put away his arrogant manner, proactively talking with them. As Yu Ying and Yun Xiu could sense the changes in his manners, they felt happy, and suddenly they thought that he wasn't too bad. They were getting along well now. After they got to the northern Gem Mountain, Yu Ying pondered, then talked to Shi Yan. Earth and heaven's spiritual qi in the northern Gem Mountain is too thin. I didn't know that. That's why I'd arranged you to stay here casually. Yeah, if you agree, I will arrange a better place for you, which is much better than the northern Gem Mountain. What do you think? Thank you. You don't need to bother. I appreciate you, precursor, already. Shi Yan smiled and denied. The northern Gem Mountain had dilute spiritual qi, but its location wasn't bad. It was pretty far from the center of the Radiant God cult, but it was close to the spirit treasure sect. To warriors, a place with thick spiritual qi was good for them, but if they had abundant essence qi, they didn't need to be dependent on spiritual qi of earth and heaven. Shi Yan had the Holy Spirit God who had an innate talent of gathering spiritual qi from everywhere. If he could arrange the northern Gem Mountain better, with the Holy Spirit God's assistance, he could still make some changes. And the most important thing is, this place was far from the Radiant God cult. He could do things easily without being sensed or spied on. For example, building a massive scaled teleport formation. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu didn't know why he denied their offer. They thought that he didn't want to form a connection with them. They were distressed a little bit. However, after he had explained, they felt better. What do you want to do in this remote area? Ah, yeah. Does the cult master know what you want to do? Yu Ying was worried, couldn't help but ask. I want to keep it on the down low for a while. I think, with his wide vision, he won't mind it. Shi Yan smiled, not considering it important. Well, Yun Hao didn't even care about the fact that he could fuse the flaming sun power. Building a teleport formation to transport some warriors from the barbarian area wasn't something he would ask about. Yun Hao was a friendly and straightforward man. If Shi Yan could bring his family from the endless sea, they could be of assistance. As Shi Yan was a disciple of the Radiant God cult, his force was considered the Radiant God cult's. It should be a benefit to Yun Hao though. Shi Yan used his train of thought to predict the others. He thought that if he were Yun Hao and he didn't care about the other matter, he wouldn't bother with this small thing. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu didn't know what he wanted to do, but since he didn't want to talk more, they wouldn't inquire further. They bid him farewell and hurried to report to Yun Hao on what had happened in the shady firmament old mound. As they had left, Shi Yan didn't talk more, starting to prepare to build a big teleport formation inside a mountain of the northern Gem Mountain. Chapter 594, Legend. Chapter 594, Legend. He had thoroughly learned the method to build the teleport formation in the blacksmith's secrets of success. Now he just needed to practice. After the trip to the shady firmament old mound, he had another deep level of understanding of using space power, which boosted his confidence in building a teleport formation. He'd continuously stayed around 10 days inside the mountain, using the materials he got from Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi. He carefully refined them to meet the requirements, then inlaid them into a massive formation he had prepared beforehand. Step by step, he added the crystals with different functions, which were to pour energy into the ethereal crystals. With the earth flame, the work that needed a lot of time to other people was so smooth to him. He didn't meet any obstacles. The ores and crystals had extremely high melting points, but the earth flame could turn them into strange liquid substances and purified it to get the final form of the purest materials. While building the formation, he had wholeheartedly focused his mind, using his understanding of space power. He was neither hurried nor arrogant, just searching for possible problems to solve. After his last time of comprehending power, his soul consciousness had a magical change. When he urged it, it could cross spaces miraculously. At the same time, since his body had been washed with space power and the strenuous refining of the immortal rebirth secret, it became more tenacious. He was sure that warriors at the same spirit realm couldn't have the degree of a strong physique like him. Even the third sky of spirit realm experts couldn't have this morbid degree of physique. From the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame and the ice-cold flame, he knew that the warriors in the antiquity time had made physical training crucial to trigger the potentials of their bodies. With only the strength of their bodies, they could have an endless source of power. Antiquity warriors, even if they didn't have a beam of essence chi, they were much stronger than ordinary people. Without the essence chi, antiquity warriors could still hunt demonic beasts. They had valued physical training a lot, as if it was as important as cultivating their souls. Sure, Yen understood that there should be a reason for those ancient people to do so. From this thought, he had used the method to refine secret treasures to train his body to become more tenacious and maximize his body's potentials. Half a month later, magical symbols flew out from Shi Yan's eyes, forming the spiritual formation in the void, illuminating the massive-scaled teleport formation in front of him. Magnificent space waves surged from his body as if they had established a connection with the formation in front of him to urge the energy of the ethereal crystals. After those symbols had entered the big teleport formation, it began to sparkle. Countless refined, translucent crystals were reflecting and illuminating the vague concept of the void. Beautiful rays and light spots shone and flashed gloriously. Shortly, Shi Yan spat out beams of crystal light energy pouring into the altar in the center of teleport formation. He then began describing some strange space, nodes inside a ring. The massive round teleport formation glowed vigorously like a fiercely bright lamp, releasing intense space fluctuations. Sure, Yen walked toward the sacrificial altar. Standing on the altar made of ethereal crystals, Shi Yan scanned around the altar with clear lines of the formation everywhere. He took a deep breath. He was a little bit nervous before he activated the teleport formation. Waves of space power covered him. Inside the light curtain of space power, Shi Yan was struck as his soul sublimated. It works. He had put forth a lot of effort with many sleepless nights. At the moment he saw the light curtain, he seemed to fall into a new intent domain. His sea of consciousness surged when the space Upanishads in his host soul began heating up. In this big joy, his host soul gained another benefit as its fusion with space power was having another step forward. Standing inside the space light curtain, his face was brightened as he was filled with wisdom. Shi Yan disappeared. Immortal Island. Around 10 warriors of the Yang family were frightened, gawking at the small teleport formation. He. Who is he? Never met before? Why does he appear in the teleport formation? That man. Hey, I've heard about him before. He is. Who? He looks like young Master Yen. Young Master Yen. Everybody was astounded. They suddenly got excited, screaming loudly. The name Shi Yan in the endless sea was a legend. His existence in the Yang family was the unsurpassed glory. With the manpower of only himself, He had saved the Yang family from the abyss, making the Yangs the strongest force of the endless sea. His stories were exaggerated and bragged around the endless sea. No matter they were newcomers or the younger generations of the stronger families, they all admired and respected Shi Yan, especially the Yang family. "Are you sure he's young Master Yan? I heard that he had crossed the dark, magnetic, noxious mist to the divine great land, didn't he? So what? Couldn't he come back now?" "Ah, right. I'm going to report now." The juniors watching the teleport hurried to report to their seniors, leaving only one behind to watch over the place. He now looked at Shi Yan with large admiration on his face. Shi Yan stood emotionlessly inside the teleport formation. Long afterwards, he opened his eyes, his face overjoyed. He'd never thought that at the moment he had activated the teleport formation, he somehow received God's help, which sublimated his soul once again. He vaguely felt that as long as he had accumulated enough essence chi, he could break through to the second sky of spirit realm. While he had been building the massive-scaled teleport formation, he had a deeper understanding of space power, using the meanings and power he had comprehended to sublimate his soul, leading to the increase of his realm. He laughed contentedly. Opening his eyes, he looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. "This place is the Immortal Island, right?" That young man was around 17 or 18 years old, and he had an Earth realm cultivation base. He was thrilled hearing Shi Yan's question. He nodded. "Yeah, young Master Yan. This is the Immortal Island. I'm the external disciple of the Yang family. My name's Zhu Tao." "Zhu Tao. Yeah. Can you tell me a bit about the Endless Sea's current situation?" Shi Yan smiled and walked with Zhu Tao to the center of the Immortal Island. He hadn't noticed that he had left the Endless Sea for several years. What happened to the Endless Sea during this time, he had no clue. Since you've left, there were not many big changes. The Yang family's still the overlord of the Endless Sea. The House Master had broken through the second sky of spirit realm 1 year ago. Zhu Tao had fulfilled his responsibilities wholeheartedly, telling him all what he knew. The Endless Sea stayed the same, and the Yang family was still the sole overlord. Tang Yuan Nan of the Three God sect also had a breakthrough. Thanks to their alliance with the Yang family, the Three God sect had benefited, too. They've become one of the strongest forces in the Endless Sea. Ouyang Luo Shuang of the Three God sect had disappeared not long after Shi Yan left the Endless Sea. No one knew where she had gone. Xia Qing Ho of the Xia family had brought his family back to the Kiara Sea. They said that he had reached the third sky of spirit realm now. The Chao family and the Spirit Marshal Palace had remained their force, but they weren't as strong as the forces in the Kiara Sea. For the Sea tribes undersea, they submitted to the Yang family. Sea tribes' hotshots in the barren city had to depend on the Yang's materials to cultivate. Although Zhu Tao was just an external disciple, he had the general picture of the Endless Sea. Shi Yan felt satisfied with his narration, discreetly nodded. Shortly, Shi Yan arrived at the meeting hall of the Yang family. Old men of the Yang family and the Shi family had arrived earlier. They were waiting for him in joy. They were all astounded as they knew Shi Yan had reached the spirit realm. They then acclaimed Shi Yan's terrific cultivating speed. Shi Jian and Shi Tai were at the sky realm. The open resources of the Yang family had given the Shi family of the Quiet Cloud Land some big advantages. Soon, Dishan Yu Ro and Yi Tian Mo had come. Yang Tian Emperor had completed his patrol route. He arrived after the pagans Dishan and Yu Ro. They then prepared a welcome party for Shi Yan in the meeting hall of the Yangs. However, Yang Tian Emperor, Shi Jian Dishan, and Yi Tian Mo all had a grim expression as if they had some big trouble that was weighing their hearts down. "Great-grandpa, you guys seem to be having some trouble. Would you mind telling me about it?" Shi Yan took a swig of his wine, frowned, then asked. A strange phenomenon has happened. I don't know what is going on. Little Yen, you've come back from the divine great land. Do you know anything about it? Yang Tian Emperor sighed. Half a month ago, the sun, the moon, and the stars have appeared all together in the sky. The sky hasn't restored to its regular state yet. Demon dwellers have started to gather again. I heard that some tremendous existences have appeared among them. Shi Yan was stunned. After a while, he beamed a forced smile. Oh, that's it. You know the reasons. Yang Tian Emperor sat upright. His face was grim as he had a murderous, heavy aura. Shi Yan was scared in his heart, his face astounded. He gazed at the older man. Yang Tian Emperor had only the second sky of spirit realm cultivation base, but the aura from him was more dangerous than that of a third sky of spirit realm warrior in the divine great land. Rumors said that Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Chiu Dao used to absorb the blood of a God King expert, which gave them an earth-shaking transformation. The power Yang Tian Emperor had just demonstrated could only be defeated by peak experts like Yun Hao in the divine great land. Arg, I heard that this change of earth and heaven somehow relates to me. Of course, it's just a joke. I think the pagan tribes are trying to wreck us. Shi Yan smiled, looking at Tian Mo. I've been to the Shady Firmament Old Mound. This phenomenon has arisen from that place. Tian Mo and his team were struck. They stood upright to listen to him more attentively. The Shady Firmament Old Mound was the ancestral land of the demonic Sound clan. They had always wanted to be there. Now, as they finally had a chance to get information about the place, they couldn't press down the urging from their emotions. Chapter 595, Refining Corpses. Chapter 595, Refining Corpses. After Shi Yan finished, Tian Mo and his group kept silent. They had always wanted to visit the Shady Firmament Old Mound to receive their ancestors' inheritance, taking the written charm scripture, which would help their clan thrive and be stronger. However, from Shi Yan's explanation, they knew that the Ghost Mark clan had been in the Shady Firmament Old Mound for quite a long time, and they were a branch of the Ghost Mark clan. However, after so many years, they had lost the ghost tattoos, the source of their power. Now they only had a weak physique and a strong soul. Without the ghost tattoos, they were incomplete. It would be hard to be accepted by the Ghost Mark clan. According to Shi Yan, the Ghost Mark clan hated all kinds of creatures. They would be taking action shortly to make blood rain over the divine great land. It wasn't what they wanted. The Ghost Mark clan was extreme to them. This is the situation. The relationship between you guys and the Ghost Mark clan is complicated. If you want to be recognized by them, you can go to the Shady Firmament Old Mound. I won't hinder you guys. Tian Mo and the other two kept silent. After a long while, Tian Mo said, "We want to think about it more carefully, and the changes of earth and firmament energy seems to benefit us. Strong yin qi is diffusing. It accelerates our cultivating speed." Shi Yan's complexion had a slight change. "Not only them, we feel the same," said Dishan. Tian Mo and Dishan were from the alien tribes. The structure of their bodies and the ways they cultivated were different from that of humans. The changes of earth and heaven had facilitated their cultivation by providing a more suitable environment. However, this wasn't a good sign. Yang Tian Emperor was sensitive enough to sense the danger. He darkened his face and didn't say anything. The Heath gate that connects to the fourth demon area in the Yang family had exploded. Devil chi permeates from there is really thick. We can see a big space crack, too. Now, there's no barrier between the Endless Sea and the fourth demon area. Their hotshots can easily enter our territory, said Yang Zhu begrudgingly. There should be a big change in the fourth demon area, nodded Yang Tian Emperor. Not only the fourth demon area. Tang Yuan Nan told me that the seven-layered underworld is the same. The heaven gate there is destroyed, too. And dark chi is raising vehemently from the sea. Moreover, Tang Yuan said that the dark sea of the seven-layered underworld had some terrifying change. The aura of the underworld has been exuding from the downstream of the dark sea. Perhaps the bottom of the underworld has been broken. The bottom of the underworld? What's going on? Shi Yan asked suspiciously. The seven-layered underworld has 7 layers, of course, but only the 4 top layers are normally revealed. The 3 bottom layers are sealed. According to the Dark Dwellers, the 3 bottom layers of the underworld are their paradise, where it has the strongest treasures and the sole inheritance of the Dark Clan. Perhaps some experts of the Dark Clan have still survived. Young Tian Emperor became stern. Shi Yan's eyes sparkled. He took a deep breath, then said, "Seems like the endless sea can't maintain its peace." Yang Tian Emperor nodded. "Although I don't know what is going on, from the signs we have now, the entire Grace mainland is also having a great change. Great-grandpa, the forces in the endless sea aren't strong enough to encounter that change. I think we should mobilize a part of our lower realm members to the divine Great Land. I have a territory in the Radiant God cult." Sure, Yin tried to convince him. It was beyond his expectation. Yang Tian Emperor nodded generously. "Kid, you're excellent. You can even build a teleport formation. Well done." "Well done. Anyway, the Divine Great Land is the center where martial arts are spread wide with so many experts. I do want to take the Yang family there. Your intended deed suits my wish well." Shi Yan was cheered up. He smiled, then said, "Don't worry. Yun Hao, the cult master of the Radiant God cult, isn't a narrow-minded person. He would welcome us all. Yeah, great-grandpa, you should contact Tang Yuan Nan and tell him to move his 3 God sect there, too." The 3 God sects a part of the Radiant God cult. They will accept them easily. "Okay, I'll arrange it," nodded Yang Tian Emperor. "Through many years, we've collected a big amount of cultivating materials from the Endless Sea and the 4th Demon area. Even if we move to the Divine Great Land, we won't be too poor. It's enough to give us a prosperous life. But yeah, I need time to prepare." Shi Yan smiled. Next, he discussed with Yang Tian Emperor and Shi Jian about their family business. He had asked for Qingming's whereabouts, then left quietly. Qingming was in a burial area of the Corpse God sect. Since Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had become the leaders of the Corpse God sect, Qingming lost his power. The corpse slaves had been enslaved for many years, now became the disciples, and their old masters were kicked out. The burial place where Qingming was staying had many human disciples of the Corpse God sect. Unfortunately, they didn't have the corpse slaves to use. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had defeated him in the game of power, so now he had to bring his human disciples out of the center of the sect to a remote area to survive. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea then ruled the Corpse God sect, making them raise up slowly, becoming the most peculiar force in the Endless Sea. They were just a little bit weaker than the Kiara Sea. Today, Qingming with his wicked eyes was listening to the report from his elders in the burial area. The more he listened, the more irritated he felt. "What did you say? Did you get it wrong? There are so many corpse slaves here. How could they all have intellect?" Qingming opened his eye wide, squawking. Li Yu smiled bitterly. "It's true. I've received the news saying that the corpse slaves in the other burials areas have started to have wisdom. Their living forms seem to have made some changes quietly. Their soul fluctuations are even more special than ours. How could it be?" Qingming was fierce. "The corpse slaves are made from dead bodies. Basically, they don't have souls. How could they have such a strange change? I thought only Corpse Sea and Corpse Mount got their intellect and soul through some F**king method, right?" "I'm not sure." Liu was full of suspicion. "The method we use to control the corpse slaves has started to lose its effect, too. We don't have any bind to the corpse slaves anymore. And I tried to use the corpse control technique from a distance but I got backbite. My spirit got hurt badly. Qing Ming was dumbstruck. He had never imagined that the corpse slaves that he had enslaved now all had the significant change. Not only the strong ones, but even the lowest grade corpse slave also started to have wisdom. This kind of change was far beyond his knowledge. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. From deep inside his pupils, green flames flickered like lightning flash. Then a thought dispersed. Earth and heaven has had a great change. The energy of earth and heaven isn't the same anymore. The corpse clan is about to awaken. They will become stronger. This is unavoidable. You don't need to worry much. The corpse vanishing flames thought rose in Qing Ming's sea of consciousness. Qing Ming was struck. The sun, moon, and the stars all appeared in the sky, and they hadn't moved yet. Qing Ming had observed this phenomenon. From the way the corpse vanishing flame talked, the corpse slaves getting intellect was related to the change of heaven and earth, which surprised him a lot. What's happened? Do you want to take control of the corpse god sect again? The corpse vanishing flame didn't answer, but asked him instead. Retake the control. Do you have any means? Qing Ming was stunned. You make yourself a corpse. At that time, you can fuse completely with me. Then, you will become a member of the corpse clan. With my assistance, you will surpass Corpse Mount and Corpse Sisoon and become the chief of the new corpse clan's generation. How does it sound? The corpse vanishing flame guided him through the steps, trying to entice him. What, making me a corpse? Qing Ming discolored in fright. The light in his eyes scattered as he couldn't keep his mind calm. Yeah, you have to refine yourself to be a corpse. The corpse clan's one of the 10 antiquity clans. They are much stronger than you humans. The energy of earth and heaven wasn't suitable for them to grow, but it has changed now. As long as you agree to do that, I'm sure you can take back the corpse god sect and even the entire continent. If only you become a corpse, you can fuse with me completely to promote my power to the Acme. And I know some supernatural Upanishads of the corpse clan. When you become a corpse, you can practice it. Qing Ming was stunned. He was in a daze and didn't move an inch. The reason why he could become the master of the corpse god sect was that he had barged into a random burial area and got the corpse vanishing flame there. Afterward, he had practiced the corpse control technique fluently, which made him, the smallest disciple of the corpse god sect, become a powerful master. He knew that all of what he got today was all because of the corpse vanishing flame. Unfortunately, until now, he hadn't completely fused with the corpse vanishing flame. They just had a relationship of cooperation. Qing Ming knew the secrets that had been passed through generations since the antiquity time. He knew that if he could fuse with the heaven flame, he could gain a greater benefit. He had thought about that, but he had no means to carry it out. Today, the corpse vanishing flame had suggested him to become corpse, which would facilitate him to fuse with the flame and receive the inheritance of the corpse clan. He didn't know whether it was true or not. However, he was enticed and he wanted to do that. Corpse clan, chief of the corpse clan, unite the entire continent. Qing Ming muttered. Deep green light sparkled from deep inside his pupils. His soul consciousness and were gradually affected. He was still pondering. Slowly, he was in a state as if his soul was taken away. He strolled unknowingly toward the area which was used to refine the corpses. Along the way, many disciples looked at him with fright. However, the green corpse vanishing flame had covered them before they could come near Qing Ming. Not long after that, they became cold, dead bodies. A bizarre aura diffused from them. Their soul didn't perish, but they were changing quietly as if they had a special transformation. Disciples standing on Qing Ming's path all turned into corpses. Qing Ming walked, lonely, toward the refining area. He sat in a coffin and activated the formation to refine the corpse. Corpse aura torrentially exuded from the ground. it burst out from the underground of the burial area. It was then collected and poured into his coffin through countless thin pipes. Qing Ming sat there. He didn't even move an inch. The corpse vanishing flame in his eyes were so excitedly as if it was taking in Qing Ming's soul to carry out the heaven flame's transformation. The sky above the burial area had numerous silver light dots as earth and heaven aura was changing, shining on this place, overflowing Qing Ming's coffin. The strange, evil corpse refining process started. Chapter 596, Corpse Clan. Chapter 596, Corpse Clan. Sure, Yen came back to the endless sea to move the Yang family to the divine great land. Also, there was another reason for his visit: the corpse vanishing flame. The corpse vanishing flame ranked last among the heaven flames. Qing Ming, the master of the corpse god sect, had the flame, but he was weak. He couldn't counter Shi Yen directly. Shi Yen thought that it would be easy to take the corpse vanishing flame from him. Shi Yen went to the burial area where Qing Ming was secluded alone. He released his soul consciousness to sense. His face changed immediately. There's no aura of living people here. According to Yang Tian Emperor, this burial area was the gathering place of human disciples in the corpse god sect. There should be many disciples of the corpse god sect, whom Qing Ming was managing as the sect master. However, his soul consciousness could sense only dense corpse qi. The aura permeating the area was evil and gloomy. It's the particular fluctuation of the corpse slaves. His brows slammed together. He walked around the burial area. Indeed, he found many newly created corpse slaves. They didn't have consciousness, just laid on the cold, hard ground. Their clothes looked shabby as if the wind had worn them out. Their skin glowed with strange, phosphorescent light. After the earth and heaven aura energy changed, it was full of yin qi and corpse qi, falling from the sky like the raindrops, scattering on the corpses. Deep underground in the burial area, yin qi and corpse qi blended together. Dark green mist diffused, covering the newly formed corpses. Yin qi, corpse qi, and the energy of earth and heaven had mixed all together, creating green threads that naked eyes could observe, crawling on the corpse's skin. Then they moved in a special trajectory, entering the corpses. After that, those green threads fused with their bones and flesh and were starting to improve their functions. A fierce fluctuation came from a place deep inside the burial area. The energy in the sky showered toward a direction like a heavy rain. Shi Yen arched his brows, his face cold. He disappeared immediately. Countless strange patterns were crawling on an ancient coffin. Beams of peculiar energy got into the coffin as though they were like a nest of spiritual snakes. The coffin then exuded an icy, devil aura that irritated the souls. His soul consciousness moved swiftly like electric currents through the coffin. Shi Yen snorted, swinging his arm. Countless beams of light entangled the coffin lid and furiously lifted it up. Corpse qi overflowed from the coffin, revealing the writhed body of Qing Ming. He looked pale with no vitality. His sinister, green pupils gazed at Shi Yen. "You are not him," Shi Yen sneered, nodded to the corpse. "Seems Qing Ming had fallen into your sinister trap. Yeah, it's okay anyway. Even if you didn't take action, I would have done that. Well, since you've taken his home, we can talk then." "Mwahaha, what do you want to talk about?" The corpse vanishing flame beamed a cold, wicked smile. The green flame inside the pupils of the distorted face shot out. Outside the burial area, more than 10 new corpse slaves slowly got up, circling Shi Yen. Each corpse slave shot out a deep green light. More than 10 beams interweaved, covering Shi Yen like a spider web. Dense corpse qi waves expanded. It seemed to form a big, ancient corpse refining formation. Shi Yen wanted to talk, but now he had to change his face to a colder expression. He could feel the corpse chi rolling toward him from everywhere, creating the magical great corpse refining formation, which affected his sea of consciousness and his soul. It started to erode his body, preventing him from moving his essence chi. This is the corpse refining 9 revolution formation of the corpse clan. In the antiquity time, the corpse clan had used this formation to refine the living creatures into their fellows and enslave them. The corpse vanishing flame was as calm as a cunning, experienced hunter. After it had arranged everything, it said casually, "I know you have the ice-cold flame. Too bad. You didn't fuse your soul with it. That flame is ranked above me, but it had been damaged badly. It isn't as strong as I am now. Mwahahaha. Let me take you." The corpse vanishing flame laughed evilly. Clusters of corpse clan secret symbols sparkled in its deep green pupils, then shot out like the starlight toward the corpse slaves out there. After the corpse slaves received the power of the corpse vanishing flame, they were stirred up. Magical soul fluctuations rippled from their tranquil heads as if they had just resurrected from death. This is really shamanistic. The great corpse refining formation was formed by the corpse aura of the 10 corpse slaves. However, when these 10 corpses were awakened, the formation was complete. It then could release the erosive soul aura covering Shuryen. Flows of erosive corpse chi entangled him like the rough ropes. The aura of the refining formation affected his sea of consciousness. Corpse chi had entered his sea of consciousness, stirring it up as if it was about to change. In his sea of consciousness, flows of corpse chi started to dissolve his sea of consciousness. It was about to erode Shuryen's host soul. All of a sudden, the inner world 5 devils stormed out from a deep place in his sea of consciousness. They then furiously swallowed all the corpse chi. Shuryen's countenance didn't change. Fiery flame burst out from his body. His pores became blazing hot. He looked like an erupting volcano, burning the intruding corpse chi into white smoke. His star martial spirit moved. The Big Dipper God arrow was activated. The Big Dipper bow was condensed in front of Shuryen. He installed the Big Dipper arrow, adding the flaming power and his soul consciousness energy. The Big Dipper arrow fired in the void, dragging a really long flaming tail. It crossed the space and exploded directly on Qing Ming's body. Numerous rays of light and the flaming sun power covered Qing Ming's body, and the host of the corpse vanishing flame. The flaming sun and the star energy bursted off instantly, which damaged Qing Ming's body severely. Burn! 5 flames shot out from Shuryen's fingers. They coiled around Qing Ming immediately. Fiery flames were the nemesis of corpses. Qing Ming's body hadn't been transformed into a complete corpse. Under the furious burning energy of the earth flame and the flaming sun, its cold corpse chi was dissolved quickly. Not long afterward, Qing Ming's body was charred like a burned tree. Seems your lodging process isn't complete yet, and you haven't fused Qing Ming's soul altogether. Well, you're your bad luck, though. Sure, Yan said nonchalantly, then continued to release his flaming sun energy. Clusters of sunlight fired from between his hands, bombarding Qing Ming. The earth and heaven had a strange phenomenon where the sun, the moon, and the stars all appeared at the same time in the sky. As a warrior with the star martial spirit, he was sensitive enough to see the good opportunity. The absorbing speed of the star and the sun energy of his martial spirit was more than 10 times faster. Anyway, after the earth and heaven had a strange change, his star martial spirit seemed to change accordingly, which terrified him a lot. In the past, he didn't dare to waste the sun energy in his body, but now he didn't need to care about that anymore. Flaming sun energy balls, as big as the fist, bombarded and exploded in Qing Ming's body successively. Whenever he released the flaming sun energy, His absorbing speed of the flaming sun would accelerate several times. The energy he had consumed was refilled shortly, condensing into the small sun in his heart. In vague sensing, he knew that his star martial spirit had evolved. However, unfortunately, he didn't know how they graded the star martial spirit, nor the difference after it had developed. Roar, roar. The 5 devils were roaring, soaring out of his sea of consciousness. They looked like 5 gray tornadoes flying toward the different directions to deal with the corpse slaves that only had their intellect. Yen was struck. He could sense some changes in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a clear, crisp, cracking sound echoed from the blood vein ring on his finger, as if some barrier had been broken. Qingming was burned into ashes. A gloomy green flame, as big as a palm, flew out from Qingming's body. The blood vein ring shot out 5 colored beams, creating a cage imprisoning the green flame, slowly dragging it toward the ring. What's that? No. New. The corpse vanishing flame was terrified. It was continually releasing the soul fluctuations in an attempt to escape. However, under the light of the blood vein ring, it couldn't get what it wanted. The ring slowly pulled it away. Shortly, the corpse vanishing flame disappeared into the blood vein ring. Yen was struck hard. He immediately sensed a flow of memory flooding his brain. The corpse god sect. Corpse Mount and Corpse were sitting in the middle of a white bone pile, opening their mouths to take in the phosphorescent light from the bones, their faces satisfied. The white bones looked like jade with sparkling, phosphorescent light. These bones had densine chi. Each of them was giant, around 30 meters long. Obviously, they weren't from humans. No one knew where Corpse Mount and Corpse had picked up those bones. While they were taking in the phosphorescent light, their bodies were exuding a faint white mist, which functioned like a net collecting the yin chi in the sky. More than 1,000 corpse slaves were surrounding Corpse Mount and Corpse. All of them had the solemn countenance, as if they all had intelligence. Around 10 corpse slaves stood nearest to Corpse Mount and Corpse. They were wearing snow-white armor, which was made of strange jade. They formed a group. Another group of 10 corpse slaves was discussing with each other, using a strange language. They all had a surprised look. When they looked at Corpse Mount and Corpse, they were full of respect. This group of nearly 1,000 corpse slaves, at the moment the earth and heaven had changed, had gained their wisdom. Their path of life evolution had opened. All of a sudden, Corpse Mount and Corpse seemed to sense something. They both jolted up in the middle of the white bone piles. They frowned, looking in a general direction. It's our benefactor. Yeah, it's him. We should go find him. Okay. Corpse Mount and Corpse exchanged some utterances, then flew out, darting like lightning toward the burial area where Yen was standing. Many corpse slaves standing near the giant bones pile released their soul fluctuations, taking in the energy from those white bones. While the corpse slaves were taking in the energy from the white bones, the energy in their bodies started to change. Their intelligence was increasing. Those corpse slaves started to understand simple language, and they could talk to each other. It seemed at the moment that they were awakened, they had turned into a kind of high-grade life form. Chapter 597. Heaven Flame Divine Refining Technique. Chapter 597. Heaven Flame Divine Refining Technique. Heaven Flame Divine Refining Technique. The memory flow from the blood vein ring flooded Yan's brain. Surprisingly, it was an ancient technique, which was to refine the heaven flame. It was called Heaven Flame Divine Refining. Refining heaven flames fused them to make the fire of life. This flame could light up the souls to create the original soul. The Heaven Flame Divine Refining Technique was both profound and mysterious, developed a long, long time ago in the ancient times. Although he had the complete technique guidance, he couldn't learn by himself. He didn't know how to do it. Besides the heaven flames, this technique required 3 primary materials and more than 10 admixtures. He had heard about those dozens of auxiliary materials, but he had never known about the 3 key materials. They were thunder, witch wood, blood, soul, divine water, and 5-element crystal marrow. The electric current of that memory overflowed from the blood vein ring when the barrier inside the ring was broken. It wasn't different from the rampage or death and life seal. The heaven flame divine refining technique crossed his head once, then became a soul seal, falling into the deepest place of his memory. Unless his soul was burned, he would never forget it. Although he got the technique to refine them, without the heaven flames, the key materials and the auxiliary materials, and the comprehension of the meanings of the technique, everything would stay only in his thought. Shi Yan evaluated the situation in silence. He couldn't help but shake his head, not wanting to overthink. Only gathering the 9 heaven flames would take an unknown time, and he had never heard about the 3 key materials. All of a sudden, Shi Yan found that the path he'd chosen was an endless way. However, this heaven flame divine refining technique reminded him of one word: original soul. At this moment, he didn't know what the original soul was. From his knowledge, he knew that after the spirit realm warriors had entered the true God realm, they could create the God soul. But he had never heard about the original soul and whether or not it was related to the God soul. Shi Yan contemplated for a while, then stopped thinking about it. He let his mind sink into the blood vein ring. A dark green flame was confined inside a rainbow halo. Countless red lightning strikes were coiling around that flame, as though they were the chains that tied the flame tightly. Get off me! Damn you, low human! Your living form isn't qualified to coexist with me. The corpse vanishing flame's soul fluctuation was strong. It was clamoring and threatening anxiously with a hot temper. Shi Yan was cold. A flow of his soul formed a phantom to look at the flame in the blood vein ring. You'd better stay here. Wait until you calm down and get contented with your lot. We will then talk. Harumph, my living form's low? I don't know how high you are. Don't babble and lose your face. While he was talking with the green flame, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame were approaching inaudibly from the other corners of the blood vein ring. Then they stared at the corpse vanishing flame. The blood vein ring was like a boundless world. In this place, it was just a space without any objects. However, if the blood vein ring wanted, it could create different sceneries to achieve its purpose. The blood vein ring had subdued the corpse vanishing flame completely. No matter how much it struggled, the flame could never escape. After the ice-cold flame and the earth flame arrived, they released their unique life fluctuations, as if they were comforting the corpse vanishing flame. The corpse vanishing flame was still raging. Its life fluctuation was very fierce. It disdained the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. Shi Yan's soul observed the situation inside the blood vein ring for a while. After he could confirm that the corpse vanishing flame couldn't escape, he retreated his soul. The 5 hazy gray silhouettes zoomed over from a far place, entering his sea of consciousness. The inner world 5 devils were the ones created by the negative energy. Unknowingly, they had a brutal and immense aura of the past, which gave him a strange feeling that they had been living for many years. The 5 devils had their auras increased significantly, and their strange soul fluctuations were stronger. Unfortunately, their wisdom hadn't changed much. In this aspect, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame had a better progress. Shi Yan sensed them for a while. He was sure that the 5 devils had something changed about them. Otherwise, their auras wouldn't become so old and unpredictable. He thought that the 5 devils had acquired some new powers. However, he couldn't find what the change was even after trying to analyze. Qingming's body had become hard coke. The corpse slaves around him had lost their vitality, falling on the ground one by one. Even the cold corpse chi on their bodies had dispersed. Sure, Yen understood that the inner world 5 devils had taken the feeble souls of these newly awakened corpse slaves. Without the soul, their energy had to scatter. He vaguely felt that after each time the inner world 5 devils absorbed strange energies, they would have some changes. But it wasn't very clear. This time, the 5 devils had an ancient aura, as if they had collected the power from the antiquity time. This surprised him a lot. He only knew that the 5 devils were the copies of his soul, created by refining the negative emotions. They were connected to his soul, and his soul could control them. As the 5 devils got stronger, his host soul would be benefited. However, the 5 devils getting strong enough to oppress his host wasn't something he wanted to see. Thus, he discreetly paid attention. Sensing for a while, he found that the 5 devils couldn't threaten him. Eventually, he calmed down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 silhouettes with thick corpse chi flew across the clear sky like lightning. Sure, Yen released his soul consciousness while smiling and standing at his spot. Not long after that, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea descended from the sky, standing steadily in front of him. Benefactor. After Corpse Sea and Corpse Mount arrived, they slightly bent their bodies, putting one hand on their forehead and the other hand on their chest. They greeted him with this unusual etiquette. Shi Yen was surprised. Looking at these 2 Corpse King, his eyes astounded. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were wearing bright silver clothing and accessories. Their garments looked like they were made of bone dust as they were sparkling. Thick, gloomy corpse chi exuded from them. The phosphorescent light spots were too many, doing on their clothes like drops of oil. He focused on sensing for a while. His visage changed as he got more solemn. That was the corpse toxin, the intimidating corpse toxin. Just with a drop, the victim's body would be eroded and gradually turned into a corpse. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea looked indifferently as if they didn't have emotions. They stood upright naturally but with a gloomy vibe. Their auras were strange. Low realm warriors standing in front of them would have their souls shivering under their imposing manners. As Shi Yen had space power in his soul consciousness, he could sense the other's soul fluctuations faster and more precisely. He sensed them discreetly, and the surprise he had grew bigger. He almost screamed out. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had a sea of consciousness in their heads with a strange host soul. However, their sea of consciousness wasn't similar to that of humans. The human sea of consciousness looked like a sea, but Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had a sea of consciousness that looked like a gravestone. A black gravestone. Each of them had a black tombstone in their heads, covered with magical symbols. Each symbol was taking in a kind of energy from heaven and earth. There was a translucent spot in the middle of the black headstone, where lay Corpse Mount's and Corpse Sea's soul seal, which was a pale flame. Just like Shi Yan's host soul, it was their root of life. Black tombstone, pale flame, host soul. They were the unique features of the high-grade living beings. Corpse Clan. A thought crossed his head. Sure, Yen was frightened, as he seemed to get something. Something has changed in your heads. He wasn't so sure, so he tried to probe them. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea beamed a bizarre smile which astounded Shi Yen. Yes, we had the second change when the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared together in the sky. At that moment, we felt something like an inheritance. It was like a shower on our souls. It was the inheritance power of an ancient clan. Although it wasn't complete, it still changed us, Corpse Mount explained. Inheritance. Shi Yen was surprised. He was disbelieving. Where did it come from? I don't know. It seems to come from the heaven and earth energy. I am unable to define it. Corpse Mount was hesitant. Later on, he continued. This is the inheritance of the Corpse Clan. It has some secrets and the cultivating techniques of the clan. Creating the life tombstone and the corpse soul are the foundation techniques that the corpse clan cultivates. Shi Yan was terrified. Our corpse clan's inheritance seemed to be hidden somewhere between heaven and earth. After the heaven and earth changed, it created the memory fluctuations that each member of the corpse clan could receive. The stronger the members of the corpse clan are, the more inheritance we can receive. At least, we can use that memory fluctuation to gain consciousness and become the clansman of the corpse clan officially. Corpse Mount told Shi Yan the secrets that discolored him. Shi Yan was frightened. Inheritance, the inheritance that descended from the sky, conveying the secrets and the power Upanishads of the corpse clan that could awaken the corpse slaves and make them the clansmen of the corpse clan. It could even help corpse kings like Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea cultivate the life tombstone. What kind of an inheritance was that? Where did it come from? Questions flew around Shi Yan's head as he was scared by the secrets Corpse Mount had told him. Besides the corpse, was there anything else as well? After all, how big were the effects the change of heaven and earth brought this time? Shi Yan suddenly felt insecure. He begrudgingly felt everything was beyond his expectations. Benefactor, we have a place that you may be interested in, Corpse Sea suddenly said. He didn't stammer anymore. An interesting place? Shi Yan arched his brows, secretly alert. You can come with us. That place is quite strange. Corpse Sea took the lead and flew towards the center of the corpse god sect. Benefactor, there's something that could help you, said Corpse Mount. Then he followed Corpse Sea. Shi Yan was suspicious. He hesitated for a while, then flew towards the general direction of the corpse god sect. Chapter 598, The Gold Giant. Chapter 598, The Gold Giant. The headquarters of the corpse god sect was situated in the Cold Wind Island, which had the cold in chi and the thick corpse chi, pretty suitable to refine corpses. There was a narrow, long space slit in the southwest corner of the island. Light shot rapidly inside that crack as an old, decaying aura of the immemorial epoch exuded from it. Not far from the space slit were piles of giant white bones. Those bones looked as if they were made of white jade, crystal clear, and as white as snow. Energy, fluctuations rippled from them. Hundreds of the newly formed members of the corpse clan were surrounding those bones, taking in the energy from them. They really enjoyed it. Shi Yan glared, but he was jolted with fright inside his heart. The shortest bone was around 10 meters, and the longer ones were dozens of meters long. They looked like beautiful white jade. No one knew how long they had been there, but the energy still remained in the bones. This was unbelievable. The two of us have collected these bones from that place. Corpse Mount pointed at the space crack. There's so many of them inside. All are massive. It took us a long time to mobilize those bones. The energy in these bones is useful to us. We can absorb it directly. Sure, Yin gave them a slight nod. Each of those white bones had beams and flows of severe Yin aura. The corpse clan members could take it in and convert it into the corpse chi in their bodies. Sure, Yin looked at the space crack. He pondered for a while and then asked, "Can we go there directly?" Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea nodded, then got into the crack right in front of Shi Yan. Shi Yan was amazed. He chuckled and then got in. The sky there was blood red. Many giant skeletons were scattered here and there. This space had many signs of furious battles. A heavy aura pressed down from the sky, as imposing as a mountain. Under this intimidating pressure, Shi Yan couldn't fly up, as if some mysterious force was tying him down. This was a strange space. Giant skeletons were everywhere. Most of them were disintegrated, with many ash-gray spots on them. There were no energy fluctuations coming from them. There were some snow-white bones, which still had feeble energy fluctuations. Walking in between the giant skeletons and looking at the dark red soil, which looked like dried bloodstains under his feet, Shi Yan was more astounded. This was an ancient battlefield. Most skeletons here were from demonic beasts. Shi Yan had walked for around 1,000 meters before he saw a beast skeleton that was more than 500 meters long. It looked like a small mountain. That skeleton wasn't decayed yet. Even though he hadn't approached it, a strange, solemn pressure had slapped his face, which suffocated him. This skeleton has strong energy. Unfortunately, we can't move it. It's too heavy. We have tried to cut it, but we couldn't break it. Corpse Mount smacked his tongue with a begrudging regret. Shi Yan was struck. This skeleton was 500 meters long and around 100 meters tall without flesh and blood. It only had the white bones, but it was intimidatingly giant. When it still had the flesh and everything else, Shi Yan wondered how imposing it used to be. It was definitely a demonic beast skeleton. From this shape, he could confirm this fact. He walked through the skeleton, moving forward. What level of beast it should be to have such a giant body like that? Level 9 or level 10? Shi Yan was in a confused state of mind. He realized that the situation here was beyond his knowledge. All of a sudden, he stood dazedly at his spot, looking at the neck of the skeleton. Shi Yan gawked and dropped his jaw, his face disbelieving. The neck of this giant skeleton was as smooth as a mirror. A dragon skull was placed around 10 meters in front of the neck part. It seemed this mountain-like, imposing dragon beast was beheaded by a sharp weapon. Shi Yan's eyes were constantly sparkling, and his breathing was getting heavy. He walked around the beast's neck to observe, only to become more surprised. Indeed, this giant dragon beast was beheaded within one strike. Someone had killed it instantly. Coming to this conclusion, he was terrified. He didn't know what kind of formidable battles had taken place here, or what kind of existence it was that could have such earth-shaking powers. God King. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. Ah! While he was still astounded, the blood vein ring suddenly glowed. A 5-colored light snatched over the neck of that dragon beast. Shi Yan was shocked. He couldn't help but pull himself together and observe. He found a dried puddle on the dark red ground near that neck as big as a door. It had a purple-red hue, a little bit viscous, with magical energy fluctuation. When the rainbow light of the blood vein ring shone on that puddle, a thought flashed in his head. Blood, soul, divine water. Broken demon crystal of a level 10 beast. The beast's soul and its blood had blended to create this water. It was one of the primary materials to fuse heaven flames. It was a clear thought, and Shi Yan immediately got it. He shivered, almost sitting down on the ground. Level 10 beast. Since he had come to this world, the most dangerous demonic beast he had encountered was just a level 8. A level 10 demonic beast was a tremendous living being that could be compared to a god king, the scariest existence he knew. As far as he had known, there was no level 10 beast existing in the Grace mainland. A level 10 beast was beheaded and died, here in silence for so many years. At what level was the one who had killed this beast? Shi Yan suddenly felt a chill running down his soul. Looking at this strange space, his hair rose. If there was even one creature still alive, would he, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea, leave this place alive? If that thing came out of this place and went to the Grace mainland, would it be a great calamity? While he was still making assumptions in fright, the blood vein ring shot out a beam of energy light, which covered the blood soul divine water and stashed it away. The heaven flame divine refining technique required at least 1,000 gene of blood soul divine water. This puddle wasn't more than 10 gene. He still needed a lot to meet the refining requirement. If we continue to go further, there are more skeletons bigger than this one, Corpse Sea muttered. Sure, Yen was like he got a bad hit. He trembled, turning around and shouting in a hoarse voice. Bigger. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea nodded, speaking in unison. Many. Sure, Yen was completely scared. Long afterward, he took several deep breaths, pulling himself together. Next, he said with a grimaced expression, Go. God damn it. Even if I have to die, we have to go there. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea led the way. There were 5 more skeletons, which were more than 500 meters long. They looked like the small mountains that were situated there forever. One of them was a beast skeleton that was 1,000 meters long and more than 300 meters tall. Sure Yen gawked, dropping his jaw. Sure, Yen found the blood soul divine water near each skeleton. The blood vein ring had collected around 300 gene of the blood soul divine water. This imposing scene had scared Sure Yen several times. Afterward, he went numb. He collected the blood soul divine water along the way, entering deeper into this area. All of a sudden, a big footprint appeared in his line of sight. That footprint was bigger than him. It wasn't a beast's, but a human footprint. This footprint sank 3 meters deep into the ground, which looked too exaggerating. Sure, Yen walked over, accumulated energy, and punched the dark red ground fiercely. Bang! The red ground was hard as iron. His punch just left a small scratch on the ground, and it couldn't make the ground concave. Sure, Yen was moved. He immediately knew that the ground under his feet was really rigid. Now he could imagine the owner of the footprint that sank 3 meters deep to the ground. Ahead. He's ahead of us! Corpse Mount softly reminded him with awe. Ahead. Sure, Yen changed his face. He halted, his face solemn. What do you mean? You mean the owner of this footprint? Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea nodded. Sure, Yen didn't answer. Light sparkled in his eyes. Long afterward, he asked, dead or alive? Dead. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea answered in unison. Sure, Yen exhaled in relief and then said imposingly, Go. We should go check it out. A dead man, no matter how tremendous he was when he was still alive, couldn't give more threats. Sure Yen had crossed some other giant skeletons and collected a small amount of blood soul divine water. He and Corpse Mount, Corpse Sea ultimately arrived at a fractured mountain. That mountain was several thousand meters high, but it was cut off. Its peak was as smooth as jade. Gold light sparkled, releasing waves of heavy aura. Gold light and heavy aura didn't come from this mountain, but from a gold giant sitting neatly on the mountain. Even if this giant were sitting, he was around 10 meters tall. He didn't have blood or flesh, but a golden skeleton. That sparkling gold light came from his bones. It was a complete skeleton. Each bone was as if made of gold jade with gold energy rippling inside. There was no soul fluctuation coming from this golden giant. A fist-sized gold bead was placed in the golden skull, which was covered with mysterious ancient scriptures. Faint energy waves undulated from the scriptures on the bead. At first glance, that gold giant was covered in a gold halo as though he was made of gold. A heavy and ancient aura diffused from him. Sure Yen stood at the mountain foot, facing up to look at the giant gold skeleton. He was frightened. The giant clan. Since he had known about the giant clan in the antiquity time, he had imagined how the people of the giant clan would look like. From the skeleton, he could picture what physique and power the giant clan's members had in that epoch. Among the 10 antiquity clans, the giant clan had the strongest physical build. This race had a supernatural innate power. From the day they were born, they would start to train their bodies. They could break a mountain with their bare hands. The giant clan had the smallest population among the 10 antiquity clans, but they were the strongest. This giant skeleton had been sitting here for so many years. His soul soon perished, but his energy still remained in his bones. If he were still alive, How strong he would be was something Shi Yan didn't dare to imagine. Perhaps he had killed the formidable beasts in this space. A thought crossed his head. Shi Yan was struck as he was panicked. The blood soul divine water was condensed from blood and soul of level 10 beasts after 10,000 years of settlement. Being able to kill the level 10 beasts, he should be a God King realm expert. Perhaps he was at the second or third sky of God King realm. This existence existed only in legends, which people had told each other through generations. They had never appeared in the Grace mainland. Looking at that sparkling gold skeleton and the strange gold bead, he knew he had found a treasure, but he was irritated. He didn't know how to take it. Chapter 599, Wash the Soul. Chapter 599, Wash the Soul. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea stood next to him, looking at the gold giant in silence. They had just received the Corpse clan's inheritance not long ago. Their knowledge of the antiquity time wasn't as much as Shi Yan. They didn't know of the importance behind this all, so they couldn't give him a useful reference. Shi Yan scratched his head agitatedly. He forced a smile, looking at the gold giant in the peak and the mysterious gold bead, while his brain was working hard to find a method to take the bead. Suddenly, he looked at the blood vein ring on his finger, his eyes bright. The blood vein ring could convert the function of the blood soul divine water into waves of memory and impart it to him. Perhaps it could do the same to give him the related description of that gold giant and his bead. With that thought, he quietly rose his arm, pointing the blood vein ring to the gold skeleton. He gathered his soul and sent it to the ring. The blood vein ring stayed quiet for a while. Suddenly, it shot out the rainbow light one more time, covering the gold skeleton and the bead. Golden skeleton. A God King, realm member of the giant clan. Golden soul fluid. A rare treasure that can wash the host soul and purify it. It can increase sensibility. It was another wave of memory imprinted in his head to describe the origin and the features of the golden giant and the golden soul fluid. The so-called golden skeleton was the skeleton of the giant clan's members who had reached the God King realm. The bones of their entire body changed into gold color, which came with the greatest prestige power. The golden skeleton was the unique feature of the giant clan's clansmen at God King realm, experts at this realm. Even if they were killed and their flesh was decomposed, their golden skeleton would not be decayed with time. After 10,000 years, it still kept the golden hue with strange energy waves. The golden soul fluid was an essence feature that the soul of the experts of the giant clan at this realm condensed after they were killed. The giant clan in the antiquity time was special. This clan always held up justice. They were all generous and frank. No member of the giant clan had any wild schemes. They were all kind people, born to be good persons. That's why God favored this race. The members of the giant clan could perceive the power of nature easier than the other races. It was a little bit strange here. This clan had no members with a cunning heart. They were all honest. But when it came to the point they needed wisdom the most, the time of comprehending the Upanishad power, they had God's favor with this great superiority. In the antiquity time, the giant clan had just this reward from the high heaven for upholding justice. When the God King realm experts of the giant clan perished, their soul would vanish into earth and heaven. However, their superiority in learning the power Upanishads could be condensed into a liquid form to be preserved. It was the golden soul fluid. This golden soul fluid was used to purify the host soul. It could help a creature have the magical advantage of comprehending heaven and earth powers of the giant clan, which increased the speed of comprehending the meanings of the power. Even if it were in the antiquity time, the golden soul fluid was the treasure that everybody dreamed of, the thing that they could only meet by chance, the precious treasure of this world. After the memory of the golden skeleton and the golden soul fluid had moved for a while in Shi Yan's head, he got a deep understanding of the giant clan's features. His eyes were bright, looking at the golden skeleton on the mountain peak. His breathing became heavy. Hesitating for a while, he sat down cross-legged. He simply advised corpse mount and corpse see, then tried to use the technique he had just received to collect the golden soul fluid. The golden soul fluid was inside the golden bead, and he couldn't touch it directly with his hand or any treasure, or else it would vanish into thin air, returning to the heaven and earth. He could only let his host soul enter the golden bead and wash it there to receive the special ability of the giant clan. Before Shi Yin carried out this operation, he was a little bit hesitant. He then summoned the ghost hunter, the war devil, the Holy Spirit God, and the king of demonic insects, sending his thought to them before releasing his host soul. The host soul left his sea of consciousness. A phantom of a tiny man slowly flew towards the golden soul fluid on the mountain. The heavy pressure exuding from the golden skeleton seemed not to affect the host soul much. Shi Yin flew up, sensing the immense ancient aura. Shortly, he got to the skull of that golden skeleton. His host soul hovered for a while, then entered the golden bead. A wonderful feeling flooded his soul. His soul felt like it was sublimated. Layers of mist covered him. The golden soul fluid had washed him, and his host soul became crystal clear magically. His sensitivity towards the heaven and earth power became more accurate. His understanding of the power Upanishads seemed to reach the most profound level of the real nature of his powers. The host soul stayed inside the golden bead, and the golden soul fluid soaked it and purified it. Shortly, his host soul received the magical comprehending ability. However, whether it was his space power or the martial techniques, he needed a special situation to trigger them, which would give him an opportunity for a new time of comprehension. At this moment, the golden soul fluid had given him a magical comprehending ability, but he didn't have a chance to try it. Shi Yin felt very irritated. The magical ability the golden soul fluid had given him had a limit. If it continued this way, he would be wasting his time and the effect of the golden soul fluid. The most important thing was that once the host soul got in there, unless the golden soul fluid was consumed completely, it couldn't get out easily. He had to find something to comprehend. All of a sudden, he remembered the blacksmith's secret of success. In the wonderful space inside the blacksmith's secret of success, there were many complex and profound formations, which had the deep meanings of refining and forging weapons. After he had spent a long time there, he could perceive only the teleportation formation. Except for that, he didn't dare to try the other great refining treasure formations. However, the situation he was in now was unique. If he couldn't find something to comprehend, he would waste the golden soul fluid for nothing. He didn't hesitate at all. He condensed a flow of soul consciousness, directly entering the blacksmith's secrets of success. It was inexplicably magical. The ancient formations he found so mysterious and complicated before suddenly became explicit. Spending a little time in an exquisite formation, he could get the basic features, structure, and the principles of the energy movement in that formation. Abruptly, he found that the mysterious formations in the blacksmith's secrets of success were the application of special power Upanishads. The refining process was to use the materials to carve the nature of a kind of force in earth and heaven and to perform the original power of that force. He was overjoyed. His soul shivered as if he had found a treasure. He focused wholeheartedly, as though each formation was a good dish for his soul, which he was enjoying. There were dozens of formations in the blacksmith's secrets of success. Each formation could be carved on a secret treasure to enhance its power. Some formations could gather heaven and earth spiritual chi, while the others could use wind, lightning, or thunder to attack. There were also formations that could create illusions which people couldn't escape. Besides countless formations, there were hundreds of forging methods with thousands of unique written techniques. Each technique could enhance the formation or be used during the refining process to maximize the treasure's ability. Secret treasures were classified into 5 grades, including mortal, mystery, spirit, sacred, and divine. Each grade had other different 7 ranks. The blacksmith's secret of success didn't have the techniques to refine mortal, mystery, and spirit grades treasures. It just had a simple description of these basic techniques. The techniques that were focused were to refine and forge sacred grade and divine grade secret treasures. It explained clearly how to collect souls and how to add admixture to the treasures. It even had the technique to cultivate spirit and soul. The ranks of sacred grade and divine grade were introduced pretty clear. It had a complete description of the difference between different ranks and grades of secret treasures, and even the simple tricks to differentiate the sacred grade treasures and the divine grade treasures. This book contained dozens of formations, hundreds of forging and refining methods, more than 10,000 written techniques, grades of secret treasures, different heating levels of flame used, small details in refining treasures, and what to pay attention to during a refining and forging process, etc. All the knowledge which was related to a whole life of cultivation of a blacksmith was presented in this Blacksmith's Secrets of Success. At this moment, Shi Yan finally understood that the old book of Blacksmith's Secrets of Success he had taken from a foreign land was the whole life essence of a divine grade blacksmith. He didn't know how time flew when he was in the book. He had used the golden soul fluid to sink into the ocean of knowledge and comprehended the Upanishads of refining. He had made the refining methods into the deep marks in his head. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blacksmith's secrets of success turned into smoke and dispersed, leaving no trace. After a long while, Shi Yan's host soul flew out of the golden bead, returning to his body. He was happy. Looking at the blacksmith's secrets of success vanish, he didn't feel painful or sorrowful. He had a good grasp of the refining Upanishads of the blacksmith's secrets of success. Of course, he understood that this book was a special treasure. It had demonstrated everything as a real space, which joined all sorts of formations. When someone had experienced every formation from the beginning to the end, the blacksmith's secrets of success would disappear. The blacksmith's secrets of success was the inheritance of a divine grade blacksmith who had recorded his whole life experience of refining and forging secret treasures. When someone had the inheritance, the blacksmith's secrets of success didn't need to exist anymore. The golden bead inside the skull of the golden skeleton had turned into a dark brown hue, and the golden soul fluid was drained. Although Shi Yan had never forged a weapon, thanks to the blacksmith's secrets of success, he was now a profound blacksmith, even more excellent than Kuda's team in the precious Tool Valley. The inheritance that he got was a true textbook from a divine grade blacksmith. If he could gather enough materials, he could even refine divine weapons. His vision had been widened after this experience. Looking at the beast skeletons scattered everywhere in this space, his breathing became short and heavy, while his eyes brightened. There were treasures everywhere. Chapter 600, Golden Marrow. Chapter 600, Golden Marrow. Scattered everywhere in this strange place were skeletons of formidable beasts. Each snow-white bone contained fluctuations of energy. Those bones could become the main material of secret treasures. He just needed to find some auxiliary materials and he could refine the treasures. Shi Yan's eyes brightened as he was looking at so many giant beast skeletons from afar. Smile filled his face. But the thing that made him more joyful was the golden marrow inside the golden skeleton of the giant. The golden marrow of the golden skeleton was the best potion to treat the body. Refining the golden marrow and then soaked in that liquid, a warrior could have the tenacious skeleton of the golden giant, which was as hard as iron or rock. The reason why the golden skeleton had the golden hue was because of the golden marrow. However, it was mysteriously difficult to refine the golden marrow, and it required a blazing flame at the same time. Sure, Yen had the earth flame, which was pretty suitable to refine the golden marrow from the bones. He determined the method, then notified the war devil and the ghost hunter. He asked Corpse Mount and Corpse see to stay while he was going to that broken mountain alone. The soul of the golden skeleton on the mountain had scattered, but the pressure it released was still heavy. He had to resist that pressure continually along the way to the mountain peak. When he had reached the foot of the skeleton, he realized he was so small. Compared to this giant man sitting neatly there, he was just like a reptile. Yen squinted to observe. He hauled out the sky destroyer and dug a ditch around the golden skeleton. The rock of this mountain was hard. When his divine sword was working on it, clinks echoed. Shortly, a round ditch was formed with his effort under the feet of the golden skeleton. Closing his eyes and sensing the energy fluctuations inside the golden skeleton, Yen was cheered up, his face joyful. Yen summoned the earth flame and pointed at the golden skeleton, sending it his thought. Cover him. Burn him slowly to stimulate the golden marrow in his bones. Then guide it to this ditch. Okay. The earth flame replied. Next, it turned into many scarlet scorching flames like clouds tinged by the setting sun, enveloping the giant golden skeleton. To the living beings like the earth flame, big volume didn't mean strong power. Their flame forms could resize according to the situation, but their power remained unchanged. The earth flame's pure core power was a flame that was as big as a fist. However, if it wanted to release a furious fire, it could always expand its pure flame to a bigger and hotter form. The scarlet flames looked like rolling lava. It had covered the entire golden skeleton with an intense heating aura. Yen put on a serious expression as he was gathering the power in his body. He was making different magical hand seals, which then turned into streaks of light, hitting on the golden skeleton. To extract the golden marrow, besides the heaven flame, he needed to use a special method to soften the golden bones. If he hadn't had the wisdom of that divine grade blacksmith, he would never have reached this step. However, it was a piece of cake to him at this moment. Thousands of strange symbols and scriptures turned into differently patterned halos, flying towards the golden skeleton. After 3 days, a gold mist started to exude from the golden skeleton. Gold fluid began to move inside the bones and seep through the cracks, pouring into the ditch Yen had dug beforehand. The first drop of bright gold liquid fell into the ditch, carrying strange, magical energy fluctuations with it. The strange gold raindrop fell, and the ditch seemed like it was drilled through, revealing a small bored hole. Yen's eyes brightened, and the smile on his face widened. He put forth his efforts to strike more techniques. A sole drop of the golden marrow could pierce through such rigid ground. Yen immediately knew that the power of the golden marrow in this giant's golden skeleton was plenty. The earth flame was constantly increasing its heating flame. With his assistance, it was burning the golden skeleton. Drops of golden marrow seeped through the bone cracks unceasingly, falling into the ditch. Not long afterward, a faint gold stream appeared in that ditch. At the same time, due to losing the golden marrow, the radiant golden bones gradually turned white-gray with dark spots. They seemed to be decaying quickly. The energy of the golden marrow had maintained the glorious golden hue of the skeleton. Without the golden marrow, the skeleton of a member of the giant clan would reveal its original shape. Yen watched the golden marrow drops falling into the ditch with bright eyes, his heart dancing with joy. Eventually, when all the golden marrow was refined from the skeleton of a member of the giant clan, the skeleton turned into a giant white-gray skeleton. The heavy pressure was gone. The skeleton sat there with a decayed posture, as if it was about to collapse at any minute. Yen watched it for a while. He frowned, then urged his energy to create a massive hand, lifting the white-gray skeleton and taking it to the mountain foot. After it lost the golden marrow, the skeleton became lighter, so it didn't take much of his energy. He used his mind to control the divine sword to dig a big grave near the mountain. He put this rusty skeleton into the tomb. Finally, this man could rest in peace. Since he had taken the golden soul fluid and the golden marrow from the skeleton, he cherished and was thankful for that. That's why he buried it. After Shi Yan had arranged the grave properly, he smiled, walking into that ditch which was filled with golden marrow. He felt like he had fallen into a lava pond. The scorching gold energy pierced his skin like a sharp weapon. Shi Yan wasn't surprised. He focused and relaxed his spirit. His pores opened to absorb the golden marrow into his body. The golden marrow entered his pores, murmuring in his bones. The blazing fluid was burning his bones like a fiery fire, causing him an extreme pain. He had to get through this phase. If he wanted to absorb the golden marrow into his entire body, he had to endure this pain. Shi Yan understood that, so he had just clenched his teeth and endured. He was taking in more golden marrow through his pores, as the amount of the liquid in the ditch reduced. Just like when he had entered this continent, he had determinately walked into the blood pond, using the blood pond to transform. A giant gold pupa enveloped him shortly. Now he looked like a giant gold beetle which was about to close. Corpse Mount and Corpse looked up from the mountain foot. Later on, the two new members of the Corpse clan finally recognized something. They hurried to get to the mountain peak and sank into that gold ditch. At this moment, the amount of the golden marrow left wasn't much. They couldn't do anything more than laying down and rolling to get the golden marrow all over their bodies, enjoying it a lot. Chapter 601, Refining Secret Treasures. Chapter 601, Refining Secret Treasures. Undersir. The color of the thick golden shell on Shi Yan's body faded away, and its light also dimmed out. Strange energy, fluctuations rippled fiercely from the body covered in the golden shell. From time to time, they became more turbulent. Boom! The hard gold shell fragmented into small pieces, just like a torn sheet of fabric. It revealed Shi Yan with the gold color body inside as if he were wearing glittering gold clothes, which looked both beautiful and dazzling. While squinting, Shi Yan was really joyful. Gradually, he laughed out loud. He used the soul consciousness to check his body. His bones were now golden, which were refined by the golden marrow, exactly the same as the golden skeleton. Not only that, the golden marrow had flooded his flesh and vessels, turning into a strange gold energy that blended into his 5 main internal organs and the great 8 meridians to nurture his body. The reason why his body had the golden hue was because of the petrification martial spirit. After the marrow washing process, Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit had evolved one more time. Now it was gold and not red anymore. In the Shi family, the petrification martial spirit had 4 levels. In each level, the skin color would be different: ash gray, dark brown, yellowish green, and purple red. Before that, when his martial spirit had changed, he had got the purple-red hue, which was considered entering the peak of the Shi family's petrification martial spirit. He thought that it was the final form, and his body wouldn't change furthermore. However, he recognized that he was wrong, as his petrification martial spirit had entered another level after the golden marrow washing and nurturing process. Now his body was gold. Closing his eyes, Shi Yan felt the changes of his body in silence. He didn't urge his thought, just relaxed his mind. The color of his body faded, returning to the original skin color. However, when his nerves got tense or his fighting will was triggered, his body, including blood and flesh, would turn gold. Each muscle of his would be filled with an immense life power. Each meridian would become strangely tenacious, which would accelerate the moving speed of essence qi. The muscles of his entire body would release a torrential gold energy, which was sharply irreversible. The golden body that was washed and refined by the golden marrow obviously had a part of the golden giant's energy. Sure Yen laughed contentedly as he was overjoyed. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea slowly got up from the ditch. Their whole bodies glistered with a golden hue. They had collected all the left golden marrow in the ditch. Now they were using the secret techniques of the Corpse Clan to rebuild their bones. Members of the Corpse Clan understood how to use the 5 elements powers well. After Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had taken the golden marrow of the golden giant, their physical strength had increased tremendously. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were sparkling with a golden hue. At the same time, their eyes showed an imposing and solemn divine aura. This surprised Sure Yen a lot. They were the clansmen of the Corpse Clan, but they had the aura that only the golden giant had after taking in the golden marrow. It made them truly extraordinary. Boundless prospects. Sure Yen was shocked discreetly, giving them a compliment. He knew the 2 of them had received the Corpse Clan's inheritance. In the future, their world would be much wider. His strange living beings, including the War Devil, the Ghost Hunter, the King of Demonic Insects, and the Devouring Gold Silkworm, all disappeared except for the War Devil. While frowning, Sure Yen checked the mountain. He felt a greater surprise. Not long after that, his eyes showed his joy. The Ghost Hunter, the King of Demonic Insects, and the Devouring Gold Silkworm were strange demonic beasts. The Holy Spirit, God, wasn't a beast, but it had a body. To these strange creatures, the beast skeletons in this space were the best nutrients. When demonic beasts reached level 9, even if it had died for 10,000 years and its body was all decayed, its energy still remained in the bones. Although it was feeble, this energy was scattering from time to time. If it were too long ago, this sort of energy would drain up. However, the time of death of these skeletons in this space wasn't too long. Their bones still kept some energy. Furthermore, there were level 10 beasts here. At this level, 10,000 years wasn't enough to disperse the energy in the bones. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had taken the bones here to absorb the energy from them. The Ghost Hunter, King of Demonic Insects, Devouring Gold Silkworm, and the Holy Spirit God were doing the same. The 4 strange creatures scattered around. They found a giant beast skeleton each and took in the energy using different methods. The white jade, translucent bones were turning gray as the energy inside was taken. After they had drained the energy out, those bones would turn into gray ashes immediately. It seemed these 4 had started a long time ago. From the mountain, he could see 4 skeletons, which were hundreds of meters tall, about to be depleted. At this speed, not long after that, those skeletons would become scraps, and they would have nothing else of value. After watching for a while, Sure Yen contemplated and then plunged away from the mountain peak. He flew towards the dragon-shaped beast skeleton, the one that the 4 strange living beings hadn't laid their eyes on. This skeleton was completely preserved. It was still as beautiful as a masterpiece of white jade, shining with silver rays. Swoosh! The earth flame shot out from his palm, moving according to his thought. It fiercely tangled with the giant skeleton. The storage ring flashed as auxiliary materials flew out. Enhanced with different techniques, they were poured into the skeleton and melted together with the bones under the heat of the earth flame. Bone refining technique was a popular refining treasure method. It used the good quality bones to be the main material. This technique didn't change the structure of the primary material, but purified it with the fiery flame. Then the auxiliary materials were used to enhance the toughness and hardness of the bones, which directly turned the bones into a secret treasure. Bone refining technique wouldn't change the original shape of the main material. The blacksmith only needed to carve the formation to enhance the firmness and create a yin and yang generating formation to maintain and generate the energy of the bones. This step completed the treasure. This refining method wasn't complicated, but it had a high requirement of the main materials. If the key material wasn't of good quality, even if the blacksmith added more auxiliary substances, he couldn't carve the formation. That dragon skeleton was undoubtedly that of a level 10 beast. After so many years, it was still white as jade, even though the energy was worn out. This showed that the beast must have been a formidable one when it was still alive. The skeleton of a level 10 beast was the absolutely perfect main material. With the bone refining technique as the basis, Shi Yan was making many complex and ever-changing hand seals. Written charms were portrayed around that skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. Under the heat of the earth flame, the skeleton fractured gradually. Contaminants were separated. The skeleton started to shrink. The energy inside the bones started to flow out from the 3 thigh bones, which were around hundreds of meters long. Gathering and condensing the energy of the bones to the essence was the feature of the bone refining technique. He had condensed the energy of the 700 meters tall dragon skeleton using the earth flame and the auxiliary materials into 3 giant thigh bones. After losing the energy, under the heat of the earth flame, the skeleton was burned into ashes, scattering away. Shi Yan squinted as a light flashed in his eyes. His soul consciousness moved like a saber, carving the formation on the 3 massive thigh bones. His hands were moving, forming numerous hand seals. Long afterward, the hundreds-meter tall thigh bones were shrunk to 3 meters. They looked like 3 spears with many complicated and mysterious scriptures covering the jade-like bone, which made the spears more exquisite, splendid, and pretty sharp. He could see the delicate energy fibers perfectly moving inside the 3 long spears following the formations carved on them. Shi Yan suddenly sat down neatly. His finger was placed on his glabella. The host soul flew out, entering the spears directly to mark his soul seal into the 3 spears. This helped him manipulate the spears as he pleased. The 3 bones from the level 10 beast were as sharp as lightning strikes. When his mind flickered, they flew and drew sharp, cold curves in the air, which could frighten people easily. Unfortunately, the beast's soul had long scattered. He couldn't take the soul to add into these bone thorns to give them intelligence. Without intelligence, the bone thorn couldn't become a divine grade treasure. At rank 3, it was good enough. 3 flows of his soul consciousness poured into the bone thorns as Shi Yan urged his soul consciousness with space power. The bone thorns disappeared instantly. After 15 minutes, they could reappear 1,000 miles away, as if they could teleport in just a blink. Shi Yan cracked a smile and nodded silently. "Come back!" he shouted. The 3 bones tore the space as rapidly as they appeared abruptly at the time he stopped thinking. His finger pointed at the void, and the 3 bones turned into 3 white beams of light, disappearing into his storage ring. They became the first secret treasures that he had ever made, and they were sacred grade treasures. At this moment, he got to know that warriors in antiquity time all knew how to refine and forge weapons. God realm warriors could even use their host soul as the mediator to refine the divine grade weapon of their lives. The life weapon and its master were interlinked mentally, and its power would be tremendous. If the life weapon were damaged, the master would be wounded the same. However, the life weapon brought up a great advantage. Together with the master's increasing realm, it could also improve its quality and power. During that epoch, the life weapon was the most precious asset of a warrior, even more important than his wife. The 3 bone thorns that he had created using the bone refining technique weren't divine weapons, and they couldn't be his life divine weapons. Also, their power didn't reach that level, and they wouldn't bind with him either. He put the 3 bone thorns away and took another round around this space. However, he couldn't find more suitable materials. Energy in the skeletons of some level 7 or level 8 demonic beasts was almost drained off. They didn't have a high value to him. The ghost hunter, king of demonic insects, the devouring gold silkworm, and the Holy Spirit God had occupied the valuable skeletons, absorbing the energy with joy. While he was waiting begrudgingly, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea descended from the broken mountain. The two of them said before they had even reached near him, "Somebody is breaking into our territory." Chapter 602 Ghost Hunter Breaks Through. Chapter 602 Ghost Hunter Breaks Through. Breaking in your territory? Out there? Shi Yan was surprised. He knew that Corpse Mount and Corpse could use their souls to contact the members of the Corpse clan out there and report the situation quickly. Anyway, at this time, the forces in the Endless Sea were all well-behaved and Qingming was dead. Logically, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to provoke the Cold Wind Island. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea nodded, as a malicious light sparkled in their deep green eyes. Obviously, they were enraged. The essence of the golden marrow had absorbed into their bones, which made these two members of the Corpse clan extremely robust and tenacious. Perhaps, when they joined hands, even a third sky of Spirit Realm warrior couldn't defeat them. "We should check it out," Shi Yan pondered. At first, he sent his thought to the ghost hunter, the devouring gold silkworm, and king of demonic insects to ask them to stay here and absorb more energy from the skeletons. Then he left with the war devil. The sharp wind howled through the Cold Wind Island. Corpses piled up like mountain ranges. Many clansmen of the Corpse clan, who obviously had wisdom, had the emotional light that only high-grade races could have in their eyes. Two members of the Corpse clan, wearing ash-gray armor, came out from the crowd. They came and greeted Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea with great respect. Then they used their own language to report Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. The Chow family, the ever-pale face of Corpse Mount, was surprised for a while. He looked at the southwest direction of the Cold Wind Island. "Let's go there and check." Shi Yan didn't have any opinion, and he was suspicious too. He had no clue why members of the Chow family came here. When Shi Yan, Corpse Mount, and Corpse Sea stood firmly on a burial area in the southwest of the Cold Wind Island, they had their faces changed as their fright grew bigger in their hearts. "Chao Chiu Dao, Chao Jilan, Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyin, Mangu." Many outstanding warriors of the Tuda Sea appeared together at this burial area. However, their distressed appearances made Shi Yan curious. Even Chao Chiu Dao looked a bit miserable, as if he had fought with a big enemy. Mangu and Fan Xiangyin had a glum expression. There was no bright light in their eyes, and they looked miserable. Shi Yan didn't know what they had suffered. After they saw Shi Yan, they were even more shocked than him. All of them screamed in awe. Chao Jilan's beautiful eyes brightened, but then dimmed out as if she had remembered something, her face longing. Chao Chiu Dao was frank. He took a deep breath, frowned, then said solemnly, "We just passed by, and we wanted to notify you that you should leave. Currently the Endless Sea." "What did you say?" Shi Yan shuddered. He knew something earth-shaken had happened. What happened? Dark Clan's hotshots from the seven-layered underworld and the demon area have invaded the Endless Sea again. Besides your Kiara Sea, human forces in the other seas have been invaded. Chao Chiu Dao was bitter. His complexion was lonely and grim. He shook his head and then sighed. Shi Yan discolored as he shouted, "How could it be? You've been here for more than 1 year. Of course, you didn't know the situation out there." Chao Chiu Dao was quite sad. 1 year ago, you killed Qingming. Then, you entered the Cold Wind Island. During 1 year, storms have raged over the Endless Sea again. The Dark Clan and the Demon Clan have invaded us one more time. They are stronger than the previous time. In the Endless Sea, no one can resist them. No one can resist them? Even you? Shi Yan was frightened. Whether they are the Dark Clan or the Demon Clan, they all have true God realm experts. You say if I can deal with them or not. Ciao, Chio Dao grimaced. The Tuda seas over. The Yin-Yang fairyland and the desolate barbarian school are almost eradicated. Except for us here, the members of the Chow family have all perished. I basically don't have the power to overturn this. Chow Zhilan's pretty face was covered with tears. She trembled gently as she was utterly heartbroken. The Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyin, who was always charming, was now paled with grief. She clenched her teeth as her eyes were filled with a sinister light. Man Gu's expression was wild and brutal, as though he was an imprisoned beast who wanted to bite everybody. His eyes were congested. Shi Yan was startled. He didn't realize that he had spent over 1 year in that strange space with the beast skeletons. The endless sea had such a big change, which was beyond his estimation. It was his luck that he had completed the teleport connecting the Yang family and the Radiant God cult. This made him relax his tense nerves a little bit. He knew that with the teleportation formation, when the Yang family sensed the situation wasn't going well, they would mobilize the core generation to the Radiant God cult in the Divine Great Land. The Radiant God cult had Yun Hao, a true God realm warrior, to guard the place. The 7 old factions in the Divine Great Land all had such intimidating existences. They even had the divine weapons. When these strong forces joined hands, the Divine Great Land shouldn't meet unexpected things shortly. As long as the Yang family was safe, he didn't need to be worried much. I haven't been out for 1 year, so I'm not clear about the whole picture of the Endless Sea. Precursor Chow, could you please explain in detail? He didn't have a good feeling towards Chow Chiao Dao. This old man was sinister, and the members of the Chow family had aimed at him many times. Chow Zhilan's heart was as menacing as a viper. He had received a lot of bitter fruits from them. Today, seeing their misfortune, Shi Yan felt a little bit pleased. All right, Chow Chiao Dao didn't hesitate and frankly told him what had happened during this year in detail. Due to the great change in the world, the heaven gates connected the 7-layered underworld and the 4th demon area were broken. People from the 3 areas could enter the other area through the space channel. When it first happened, warriors of the Endless Sea thought it was a lucky chance. They had organized many troops to get into the 2 other worlds to collect cultivating materials. However, they knew they were wrong shortly. They found that the 4th demon area had Demon Clan's hotshot, who was stronger than the spirit realm. They discovered that Abi, Dark Sky, and Hades, the 3 great Yama kings, had all entered the true God realm. When their news reached the Endless Sea, all forces there were startled. However, the other didn't wait for them to find a countermeasure. Hotshots of the Dark Clan, led by Abi, Dark Sky, and Hades, descended on the Endless Sea for the 2nd time. Abi, Hades, and Dark Sky, the 3 Yama kings, had reached the true God realm. In the Endless Sea, no one could resist them. Each of the 3 great Yama kings was in charge of 1 sea. They carried out invasion the Tuda Sea, the Yuan Luo Sea, and the Dark Water Territory. People in these 3 sea areas had fallen into misery. Human warriors were almost uprooted. At the same time, experts of the Demon Clan had also entered the Kiara Sea and the Vault of Heaven Sea. The Yang family had soon prepared. They sent their core disciples away. The Yang family didn't suffer a significant loss. Tang Yuan Nan of the 3 God sect had received the request from Yang Tian Emperor, so he had moved his disciples to the Radiant God cult before. All had escaped this calamity. However, because the Martial Spirit Palace and the Penglai Holy Land in the Vault of Heaven Sea didn't have the teleport formation to leave, they no longer existed. Yang Etian, the master of the Spirit Marshal, who was at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, was killed by a true God realm expert of the Demon Clan. The Penglai Holy Land was eradicated. It was just 1 year, but the human forces around the Endless Sea were all crushed just like people breaking dried branches. Besides the Yang family and the three god sect, almost all forces were destroyed. Chao Chiodao's force was at the end of the escape road. Since they knew the corpse god sect had a special space slit, they ran to this place to find shelter in that space slit. They hoped to escape the pursuit of Yama King Hades, who is in charge of the Tuda Sea. It has not been easy for you to survive until now, Shiryen mused for a while. He smiled, but his eyes didn't smile. Too bad. Your fortune isn't good enough. Why do you say that? Chao Chiodao was trembling, but he was still calm. The area that space slit leads to isn't big enough. Moreover, it's a dead area. You can't go there. Shiryen laughed evilly. In other words, if you get there, you will be like a fish in the tank. You will never have the second chance to run away. At this point, those human experts all felt disappointed. They sighed as they thought that their lives had come to an end. We still want to go there and check. Chao Chiodao was persistent. Shiryen smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry. This place doesn't belong to you guys. You should return to where you came from. Chao Chiodao was enraged. Shiryen, I don't want to mess with you. We want to live. Don't force me. Chao Chiodao, honestly, you don't have the power that I have to be afraid of. Sure, Yen didn't take notice of Chao Chiodao's threat. He smiled faintly, calling the ghost hunter the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects and the Holy Spirit god. While waiting for them, he said neither slowly nor fast. If you want to die, actually, you don't need to wait for Yama King Hades. I can help you with it. Chao Chiodao turned his head. With only one glance, his face turned the color of the soil. Roar! A raging roar soared up into the sky from the ghost hunter. Its murderous, ruthless aura had triggered the energy of earth and heaven. Clusters of cloud that were filled with a murderous aura gathered above the cold wind island, covering the light from the sun, moon, and stars. It created a tremendous pressure on everybody. Low-realm warriors like Chao Zhilan paled. They were shivering, as a helpless feeling rose from deep inside their souls. Even Chao Chiodao was frightened, his eyes dull. Shiryen was amazed, too. He looked at the ghost hunter and found that this monster had a halo that looked like silvery liquid lingering on its body. On its fierce face, an incomparably evil red pair of eyes sparkled with brutal, murderous intent. The aura of the ghost hunter was like a range of mountains that people couldn't reach, giving people an inexplicable, subduing feeling that could even oppress the souls. Level 9 Beast. At first glance, Shiryen knew that the ghost hunter had broken through to a brand new realm. Master, I'm Ghost Hunter. Do you need me to kill all of them? The ghost hunter sauntered towards him. Its ferocious face slowly changed, while the thorns had retreated into its body. He still strolled toward Shiryen. However, before he'd reached him, he had turned into a young man with a garnet pair of eyes. His bearing was strange and evil. The physique of this young man was sharp and truncate. His delicate, handsome face could dazzle many women. Although he had attractive features outlined by silver clothes, he still had a faint scent of blood. Shiryen was stunned like a wooden rooster. Chapter 603, The Race Catastrophe. Chapter 603, The Race Catastrophe. Do you want me to kill all of them? The ghost hunter talked to him softly, without any emotions. He made it look like killing Chao Chiodao's group wasn't harder than smashing an ant. His face was like he didn't put them into his eyes. However, Chao Chiodao, Chao Zhilan, and Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyan felt as if they had fallen into an ice chamber. Even their souls felt chilled. The ghost hunter had reached level 9. At this level, the beast was as strong as a human true god realm expert. Only with their physical strength, they could move the mountain or level the sea. Not only they had the wisdom, but also the innate supernatural powers, which made them more dangerous than a new true god realm warrior. The good-looking face of the ghost hunter exposed his cold and brutal aura. Looking his red blood eyes, people knew right away he wasn't a good person. The ghost hunter had just broken through a new realm, so he really wanted to try his new abilities. He wanted to use Chao Chiao Dao to test his new strength. Sure, Yin squinted as he cracked a forced smile. I didn't think that you could break through that fast. You're such an alien. The ghost hunter's level-up speed was much faster than his. Sure, Yin still remembered the first time he saw the ghost hunter. At that time, this beast was just a level 6 beast. It had been just a few years, and the ghost hunter had entered level 9, a high rank of demonic beasts. The power of this level wouldn't be less than his. Shi Yan's smile bloomed as he was giving the beast compliments in his heart. He squinted and looked at Chao Chiao Dao's group. Under his scrutinizing look, Chao Chiao Dao, Fan Xiangyan, and the others kept their mouths shut. They had reached the spirit realm, but they were begrudging at this moment, as they regretted turning their back on Shi Yan that year. The one who had the biggest regret was Chao Zhilan. That year, she had favored Shi Yan's potential a lot, so she did want to create a good relationship with him. When his martial spirit got mutated and he was hurt by Qi Yan, she thought that Shi Yan's future had ended from here. That's why she had changed her attitude. If she could be more persistent, she would have found that Shi Yan's potential wasn't something she could predict. Unfortunately, one wrong move would make for a lifetime of regret. She was always confident that she was wise with eyes like the torch, but her deeds planned on Shi Yan had affected the Chao family. If I had endured and I still stood next to him, perhaps the Chao family would have stepped in the divine great land now. Chao Zhilan was sad, tears lingering in her eyes. Do you still want to provoke me? Shi Yan curled his lips, smiling quietly. He waved his hand nonchalantly. I don't want to do anything with you guys. You should return to where you come from. With the power and the position he had now, if he wanted to humiliate Chao Zhilan, he could do as he pleased. Chao Chiao Dao, because of the general picture, wouldn't dare to protest against him. However, as his vision was wider, he wasn't as narrow-minded as before. At this moment, the pagans were raging all over the endless sea. Human warriors fell everywhere. Even Yang Yitian was killed. The hotshots remaining included only Chao Chiao Dao and Fan Xiangyan. Anyway, they were all human. In this calamity, they shouldn't develop grudges against each other. We aren't provoking. Chao Chiao Dao took a deep breath, his face grim. Shi Yan, we just want to live a difficult dream at this moment. If you could help us, we agree to give you everything. Everything. Shi Yan frowned. His eyes sparkled coldly. What do you have to give? To me. All of you aren't worth my help. Shi Yan, it's all my fault. I beg you to help us. All of a sudden, Chao Zhilan stepped forward. In front of everybody, she kneeled down. Her white neck craned as she was whining. As long as you save the Chao family from this calamity, I'm willing to receive any punishment. Little Lan. Chao Chiao Dao and Fan Xiangyan screamed in unison. They hurried to lift her up. However, she was so stubborn. She kneeled down, tearing rolling on her face. She was looking at Shi Yan with yearning and begging intentions in her eyes. Don't beg him. Chao Chiao Dao was indignant, thundering. Our Chao family has stood firm in the endless sea for thousands of years. It's not easy to uproot us all. We will definitely have a chance to live. No, it's different this time. It's different. Chao Zhilan scooped and cried. No one can help us this time. They are so strong. Yang Yitian and Gu Shao are dead. One by one, they both died. The endless sea is now hell on earth. If we don't leave, we can't survive. Chao Zhilan was grim and mournful. Fan Xiangyin intended to advise Chao Zhilan, but having heard her say so, she just sighed, shaking her head and not saying anything. She then turned to Shi Yan, her eyes begging. Shi Yan, if you are a man, don't be arrogant. Man Gu shouted, if you can save us, my life will belong to you. No matter what you want to do to me, kill me or hit me, you can do anything. Shi Yan was surprised. Swinging his hand to signal everybody to calm down, he closed his eyes and released his soul consciousness to survey the entire Tuda Sea. The soul consciousness with space power glided rapidly above the Tuda Sea like lightning. Images of numerous islets that were sent to his sea of consciousness like stars in the sky. He received the direct view situation of the Tuda Sea. The Tuda Sea had many islets. Under his soul consciousness surveying, he saw all the inhabited islands ruined and burned down. Columns of black smoke appeared on some islets as the houses were all burned. The vast jungle was charred in a sea of fire. Countless spiritual mountains and lakes were gray and desolate. Creatures were living in misery everywhere his soul consciousness had passed by. This picture was like hell on earth. Civilians became slaves as the warriors of the underworld drove them like a herd of sheep towards the underworld boundary. Against the human warriors with relatively high cultivation base, the hotshots of the underworld had used some mysterious treasures to force their vitality and essence chi out of their bodies. Their deaths were tragic as all of them had turned into withered corpses. At the main base of the Yin-Yang Fairyland and the desolate barbarian school, warrior corpses flooded the place. Many blood-dripping skulls were kept around the small island, as if bragging about their bloody and imposing triumph. Many unbearable footages were sent to him through the soul consciousness, projecting on his sea of consciousness. He was a cold-hearted man, and he didn't want to interfere. However, when his mind opened, his calm face started to become indignant and brutal. So cruel. The race war made genocide their goal. Getting the images of those terrible operations, Shi Yan, a cold-hearted man, couldn't help but let the anger inflame him. You don't need to be enraged. No matter which epoch it is, the war between races is always merciless and ruthless. The ice-cold flame sent its soul fluctuations from the blood vein ring. As far as I've known, to get the ruling position, mankind had done the same to the other races, no matter it was the Dark Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, or the Ghostmark Clan. That's why they had a deep resentment to mankind. It wasn't something unreasonable. Shi Yan's face darkened. He nodded quietly as he had accepted what the ice-cold flame had told him. But it didn't mean he approved and would let the situation develop furthermore. The situation was like this in the Tuda Sea. Perhaps it was the same bloody scenes in the other sea areas in the Endless Sea. Musing for a while, he took a deep breath, then talked to Chao Chiu Dao. From now on, all of you will join the Yang family. I'm going to help you get out of this place. I'll try my best to protect you and not to let you suffer from genocide. Join your Yang family? Fan Xiangyin was stunned. We can. Chao Chiu Dao was frank enough. He agreed curtly and turned around to talk to Fan Xiangyin. At this moment, the Chao family and the Yin-Yang Fairyland only have the name left. In fact, we don't have anything left. The Endless Sea is now in chaos. I think the other places should be the same. We should gather the human forces. We should join hands to resist this genocide catastrophe. It's the duty we can't deny. Fan Xiangyin was struck. Her eyes brightened as she gritted her teeth and said vehemently, as long as we can kill these pagans, I will do anything I'm told. What's the deal? Asked Chao Chiu Dao immediately. Shaking his head, Shi Yan darkened his visage. We don't need any deal. As long as I'm strong enough to subdue you, I think you know what to do. If you are getting stronger one day, our agreement has nothing powerful to bind you. Having experienced so many things, he had soon known that strong power was more important than anything else. Without power, the so-called agreement was even thinner than the hymen, which could be pierced through with just one poke. All right. Qiao Dao nodded. Sure, Yen didn't say anything else. He nodded to the ghost hunter and sent his thought to the other strange creatures to tell them to get back to that special space. There were many skeletons with available energy in that space, no matter it was the ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, or the devouring gold silkworm. They could use this sort of energy to enhance their strength. That's why Yin gave them more time. I don't need it anymore. Just let them go, said the ghost hunter with an emotionless countenance. His garnet eyes glared at the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God. Of course, these three monsters obeyed Yin a lot. They got back to the space slit once again. Yin beamed a forced smile. He thought for a while, and then said, As things have come to this, perhaps the teleport in the Yang family is broken. Yeah, I need to build another one. Teleportation formation? Where does it lead to? Qiao Dao's eyes brightened. To the divine great land. Qiao Dao, Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyan, and the others got stirred up, as if they were about to have a new life. They glowed happily. First, you need to defend all directions. I'm going to build the teleportation formation. Sure, Yen, assign the ghost hunter, then talk to Qiao Dao and Fan Xiangyan. I need many auxiliary materials. I thought you guys must have them. I'm going to tell you the names of the required materials. You should get them for me. No problem. The two were frank and generous. They nodded, took out the storage rings on their fingers, and sent their soul consciousness into them to sort out their cultivating materials while waiting for Yan's order. Chapter 604 Dark Sea Overflows. Chapter 604 Dark Sea Overflows. The Qiao family and the Yin Yang fairyland were one of the strongest, oldest forces of the Endless Sea. Through thousands of years, the assets they had accumulated could stun people. Sure, Yen told them the auxiliary materials needed to build a teleportation formation. Qiao Dao and Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyan nodded immediately, which told him that they had all the materials he required. The materials that were scarce in the divine great land seemed not strange to Qiao Dao and Fan Xiangyan. When Yen said the names, they could take the exact materials from the storage ring. When they left their families, they had stashed the properties their families had collected for thousands of years into different storage rings. There were more than 10 storage rings with different colors on Qiao Dao's and Fan Xiangyan's fingers. Yen was quite amazed to be able to build the teleportation formation as quickly as possible. It seemed these two people didn't want to hold anything back. Yen was astounded. As his thought flickered, he couldn't help but tell them the names of some other materials. The Heaven Flame refining divine technique required a huge amount of auxiliary materials. As he was worried about how to collect them, seeing Qiao Dao and Fan Xiangyan, the two filthy rich people, he didn't want to be polite by not asking them for the required materials that he lacked. Thus, Qiao Dao and Fan Xiangyan couldn't bear it. Their faces became grimaced. The Heaven Flame refining divine technique was a strange method to refine the heaven flames that needed many different types of materials, of which some were never seen before. Their names could be seen only in some ancient books. Fan Xiangyan and Qiao Dao had a broad knowledge, and their families were much stronger than the other small forces in the divine great land. However, they had never heard about many materials Yen had asked them. Light dimmed in their eyes. They started to worry. They thought that those auxiliary materials were all needed to build the teleportation formation. As they didn't have enough materials, their faces became glum. Yen was actually astounded. When he told them the materials that needed for the Heaven Flame refining divine technique, he didn't think that they could have any of them. However, it turned over his expectation. These two had some mysterious materials that he didn't know how to find. This thrilled him. "Don't worry. We have the other way around to make up for the missing materials," Shi Yan comforted them. "I have something, too. If you don't have them, I can lend you some. I'm sure you can leave the endless sea. Don't worry." Shi Yan smiled. His mood was good. He took all the cultivating materials that were piled up on the ground. Chao Qiu Dao and Fan Xiangyan were the freaks who had lived for more than 100 years. Of course, it was hard to deceive them. They had observed for a while, and immediately knew Shi Yan had seized the chance to rob them. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything, as they could ease their minds now, as long as he could build the teleportation formation. Even if Shi Yan had tricked them to take some more materials, they could let it go. "I'm going to carry it out. You guys should protect me during the process. Yeah, except for the time when I carve the formation, you can take rest. Don't worry too much." Shi Yan smiled until his eyes narrowed. After he had taken the materials, he started to keep himself busy, not noticing the others. Corpse Mount and Corpse C were standing next to him. Before he started his work, they discussed with him for a while. Right after that, Corpse Mount, Corpse C, and a crowd of the newly formed members of the Corpse clan followed the devouring gold silkworm and the king of demonic insects to that mysterious space. The energy in the skeleton there was pretty useful for them to increase their powers. That space had many jade-like bones that they could absorb energy from. To Shi Yan, this sort of material didn't have much value. However, to the members of the Corpse clan, it was the energy that could enlighten them. It would help them gain intellect sooner. Everybody was busy with their own stuff. Ghost Hunter and Chao Qiu Dao's team were patrolling around. Shi Yan focused on creating a new teleportation formation. Corpse Mount and Corpse C were taking their clansmen to take the energy from the bones. Time flew by. It had been 5 days. That day, in the immense light, the Ghost Hunter howled. His whistle stormed out violently, raising big waves on the sea in front of them. Chao Qiu Dao and the others were startled. They knew something was going to happen. Then, they hurried to gather near Shi Yan. Covering himself with a strange halo inside a round structure around hundreds of meters squared, Shi Yan was using the earth flame to refine the materials. The Ghost Hunter's whistle had awakened him. His soul consciousness moved as Shi Yan retrieved a glorious piece of silver jade. He frowned, looking at the thick cloud in front of him. Dark Clan's hotshots. In the cold, evil dark chi, dark dwellers were floating around. They all looked thin, their eyes sinister. Each dark dweller was slender, wearing a dark armor. Their hair and skin were silver, gray, or garnet. A Dark Clan's expert, standing in the front, was around 2 meters tall, but he was as thin as a stick. He was holding a bronze mirror, his face indifferent. He had a distinctive aura of the true God Realm warriors, which led to the change of heaven and earth's aura around him. Yama King Hades, one of the 3 great warriors of the underworld, was the one in charge of clearing the two to sea. Standing behind Yama King Hades were 3 third sky of spirit realm experts. They were all middle-aged. Their faces were brutal and vicious. A malicious light sparkled from their eyes. Chao Qiu Dao, wind has changed. The Tuda Sea will never be under your Chao family's control again. Yama King Hades was standing in a dark cloud, talking arrogantly. Above his head, sunlight and moonlight seemed to be covered, such that they couldn't shine on the ground. Only the stars could be seen, twinkling from time to time. Hades. The one who had answered him wasn't Chao Qiu Dao, it was the Ghost Hunter. He was floating up from the Cold Wind Island. This beast now looked like a young, heartless man. The curves of his mouth were both cold and sharp like a saber. His eyes were garnet, while he was exuding the distinctive aura of the underworld. "It's you." Hades had soon realized something abnormal in the Cold Wind Island, but he didn't expect that what made him anxious was the Ghost Hunter. He knew the ghost hunter's profile well. The ghost hunter was the hybrid of the two imposing demonic beasts of the underworld and the demon area. He had both dark chi and demon chi in his body. He could be considered the most inexplicably magical creature in the universe. His birth had astounded them a lot. Yeah, the ghost hunter was always cold. You should leave. This place isn't the place you can control. My master's here. You won't take the things you want. Master. Hades laughed fiendishly. An intimidating beast like you is willing to take a disgusting human your master? Ghost hunter, you are the most inexplicable living being in this world. Chien, Bo Sun, and we had always treated you as our friend. We didn't want to enslave you. He's just a lowly human. Is he worth your life? Don't babble. There's something I can't explain clearly, but I know that being with him benefits my future a lot. The ghost hunter wasn't moved, but answered honestly. Future? Hades mocked. Do you think he still has a future? Mwahaha. I'm here today. Well, as long as they're human, they have to die all. What future does he have? Swoosh, swoosh. Two clear sounds of things crossing through space echoed from the space crack not far from there. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea appeared together, standing next to Ghost Hunter. It's you. Hades suddenly got enraged. He pointed furiously at Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. Due to the change of heaven and earth, you should have received the inheritance already. You know what had happened, right? You are the intimidating Corpse Clan, the high-grade creatures like our Dark Clan. We should walk the same road. You too, are you going to protect this low human? Do you know what you are doing? Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea didn't change as much as the Ghost Hunter. They were too lazy to answer. They stood still and didn't move, but their attitude was clear. Good, good, good. Hades was furious like a bloodthirsty beast. His eyes were sinister and evil as he said with a hoarse, cold voice, If you are persistent, don't blame me for killing you all. Befriending humans is your humiliation. You have no right to live in this world anymore, so that the other high-grade races won't laugh on your faces. The bronze mirror in his hand struck out, as the dark sea of the underworld appeared in the mirror. The seawater torrentially rose from the bronze mirror, covering the entire Cold Wind Island. The water of the dark sea was the original fountain that gave birth and nurtured the dark dwellers. It was the symbol of power. Each member of the Dark Clan, after soaking the body into the dark sea, would have their power enhanced. Then, they could perform many secret techniques of the Dark Clan. However, this seawater was the most poisonous toxin to the other races. The dark seawater could drag the soul of the other race's members in for a short time. As long as the creature was soaked into the water, the waves would drag their soul out of the body. Then, the soul would lose its memory and consciousness. Eventually, it would become a primitive, resentful spirit of the underworld. After the three Yama kings, Abi, Hades, and Dark Sky, were hurt severely in the Endless Sea, Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Chiu Dao didn't dare to attack the underworld because of the dark sea in the underworld. The dark sea was strange and evil. There was no method to eliminate the sea's effect on souls. If the dark seawater touched the warriors a little bit, their souls would lose a part of memory. The bronze mirror in Yama King Hades wasn't a strong treasure, but it could draw the seawater of the dark sea, which was terribly intimidating. If the dark sea of the underworld flooded the endless sea, human warriors there would be erased, leaving no trace. They didn't need a single battle to get what they wanted. The torrential waves of the dark sea furiously gushed out from the bronze mirror, pouring on the Cold Wind Island. Shortly, the Cold Wind Island was flooded with the dark sea's water. All creatures, no matter they were human, demonic beasts, or the members of the Corpse Clan like Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea, were releasing different types of halo and light cages to separate their bodies from the seawater. No use. You can endure for a long time. And me, I have plenty of free time. Hades laughed contentedly. Chapter 605 Underworld God Sacrifice. Chapter 605 Underworld God Sacrifice. Yama King Hades wasn't hurried. He led a group of Dark Clan's experts, hiding in the thick dark clouds of the underworld. They were enjoying the dark chi of the dark sea while waiting for the opponent to be weakened. As long as the creature had a soul, the dark sea water would drain its soul power, and it couldn't resist for a long time. Human warriors like Chao Chiu Dao and Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyan had used their essence chi to create different colored light balls, covering their bodies to prevent the dark sea water from touching them. As Chao Chiu Dao and Fan Xiangyan had reached the spirit realm, countering the soul erosion wasn't too difficult. However, Chao Zhilan and Man Gu were struggling hard. Under the erosive effect of the dark sea, their souls fell into the endless darkness, their consciousness blurry. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were also a kind of creature. Even though they were the clansmen of the Corpse Clan, the dark sea could still affect them. Fortunately, these two had a strong physique, and they were good at using the 5 elements' power. They had urged the earth power to create a thick soil wall to shield them. The seawater couldn't touch them. Shi Yan was using the same method as Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. Seeing the experts of the underworld, Shi Yan wasn't anxious. He was still staying inside the center of the giant formation to build the teleportation formation. He was gently wetting the exquisite, magical formation, pouring his soul consciousness, winding around the shape of the formation that was getting more perfect over time. The copious dark sea water swarmed over, covering him. However, Shi Yan wasn't affected even though he was soaked in the seawater. He was still working on his formation. Yama King Hades came here for Chao Chiu Dao's group. However, after he found Ghost Hunter, Corpse Mount, and Corpse Sea accompanying Shi Yan, he got indignant and made Shi Yan his primary target. He led the dark sea water here to catch all those people. But Shi Yan was safe and sound, which enraged him more. "Kid, an inferior existence like you shouldn't continue to live," Yama King Hades snorted, as an ash-gray light glowed behind his back. A strange soul fluctuation poured into the dark sea all of a sudden. Gold ash-gray light dots arose in the dark sea water. They were like creatures living in the sea, slowly swelling. Gradually, they became the strange, ugly creatures with sharp claws and thick white fangs. They were as agile as shuttles moving in the dark sea. The sharp-edged dark beast was the endemic creature in the dark sea. It could nibble all kinds of creatures with its special skill, called Shivering Soul. This kind of a bizarre beast of the underworld didn't have a specific level. They could always evolve quickly, but the obstacles in their cultivating process were tough. Most of the time, many of them died while breaking through. The sharp-edged dark beasts had a pointy body like a cone with sharp teeth and an innate soul technique called Shivering Soul. Even the hotshot of the underworld didn't want to mess up with them in the dark sea. They moved in schools, and their innate Shivering Soul ability could join and release together dangerously. The sharp-edged dark beasts were gliding and surfing like fast fish in the dark sea at a fast speed. Soul energy quickly gathered in the dark sea. Each sharp-edged, dark beast became a cage that could trap the soul as they swarmed forward. Shi Yan was squinting to focus on his teleportation formation. He was adding more auxiliary materials when he felt his sea of consciousness suddenly shudder. Flows of strange soul energy had intruded his sea of consciousness. Those flows were scattering, but they seemed to follow some sort of natural soul formation, which would make the soul power of the host soul tremble continually. This situation would put the warrior into a coma. After Shi Yan had studied the formations in the blacksmith's secrets of success, he had a new cognition of using different natural powers. He knew that even demonic beasts knew how to use the formation in the most natural way. shivering soul skill of the sharp-edged dark beasts used the scattering feeble souls, joining them with their endemic fellows to create the highest attack mode. Shi Yen frowned, and he temporarily stopped his work. A strange light dot glistered in his eyes as the soul fluctuations in his sea of consciousness became fierce. Die out! His host soul floating in the sea of consciousness shouted a pair of soul words. That word then condensed into a solid square, sparkling with a silver light, flying towards a barrier in the sea of consciousness. A gloomy soul light of the sharp-edged dark beast shimmered on the barrier in his sea of consciousness, creating a soul formation that had formed an octagonal natural formation. It shot out rapidly toward his host soul. The symbol die out was condensed from the soul, which carried the meaning of the death intent domain. The mournful, dismay aura of death overflowed, covering each gloomy soul light dot. Under the death intent domain, a will of death furiously flooded the soul light dots, destroying their belief in life. The sharp-edged dark beast dashed to him, but they all lost their vitality right before they could touch him. The soul consciousness of Hades added in them vanished. The sharp-edged dark beast sank into the deep place. They got killed silently like that. Yama King Hades felt something. He groaned in the dark chi above the dark sea. His voice was low at first, but its echoes were increasing. Explosions as loud as thunder filled the dark sea. Refined dark chi dispersed in the dark sea. Under the explosion, it condensed into an underworld's giant, resentful spirit. This resentful spirit looked exactly like Hades, lively, dark, and evil. The spirit laughed fiendishly. It glided above the dark sea toward Shi Yen, then opened its giant mouth to bite his head. Well, you're bad luck then. Shi Yen curled his lips, cracking a smile while muttering something under his breath. A dark light ball detached from the storage ring. The light ball suddenly released waves of energy that could absorb the soul energy. Just like billions of tentacles, it started to capture and pull the resentful spirit towards the light ball. Soul gathering pearl. Yama King Hades discolored in fear. While he was fluttering, he bit the tip of his tongue. His blood was urged. Abruptly, his eyes now had a bizarre white hue, so people couldn't see his pupils. The resentful spirit struggled harder, as if it had been added with god power. Flows of gloomy energy detached from his body, shooting in every direction. Shortly, half of the energy that condensed the resentful spirit divided and escaped this way. However, the soul-gathering pearl had absorbed 1/3 of its energy. Its original power was damaged severely. When the resentful spirit ran away, Yama King Hades' white eyes became normal. His complexion was grim like never before. He thundered, I didn't think that a kid like you can have so many evil techniques, which are even crueler than the technique our pagan tribes are cultivating. Shi Yen lifted his head to look at him. He chuckled, then continued to build his formation. He sent his thought, don't let him disturb me. I need to focus. You shoo him away from me. The ghost hunter covered in the dark sea around 100 meters away from him nodded. Then a strange soul fluctuation released from him. The good-looking figure of the ghost hunter looked ethereal in the dark sea. He was like an illusion that was changing his position constantly, using the dark chi of the dark sea to adjust his physical status. His case wasn't similar to the others. In the dark sea, he was the only one who wasn't affected. Actually, his soul had gained benefit from the seawater. He was a hybrid of the demonic beasts of the underworld and the demon area. He was born with the gift of being able to use the dark chi of the underworld. The dark sea was the fountain of origin of the underworld. To him, it could give him a strange but useful energy to grow his soul. He had stayed idle to let the dark sea refine his soul and body, which had just been upgraded. This brought a big advantage to his future cultivation. Hades, you should leave immediately. or else. Don't blame me for being impolite. The ghost hunter's body looked like fractured images reflected in a broken mirror. All of a sudden, it broke into small pieces, which seemed extremely strange. Yama King Hades was shaken, while his eyes showed his rage. He rumbled, "Ghost hunter, you dare attack me? Oh." After his thundering roar, Yama King Hades' body started to distort as if numerous sharp blades were cutting him off. This scene gave people a fierce anxiety deep in their hearts. The ghost hunter's body turned into countless pieces, disappearing into the dark sea. The tranquil dark sea then started to surge vehemently like an enraged beast. Columns of water shot up to the sky, attacking the experts of the Dark Clan hiding in the sky. Each water column had the strange garnet eyes of the ghost hunter, as though he was hiding himself in each flow of his attack. All right, if you don't care about your life, don't blame me. Yama King Hades was filled with rage. His eyes turned back to its original color. His arms, which were hiding in the loose sleeves, were as pale as the ghost claws. However, they didn't have any flesh. This sent shivers down people's spines. His hands were forming white hand seals, shooting into the air. They were triangular, conical, or round, etc. Each hand seal was shiny white, revealing the unique, gloomy aura of the underworld. They seemed to promote the underworld's aura to the Acme. Many white pale seals gathered under his feet. Gradually, they formed a pallid sacrificial altar, which was filled with resentful spirits. The resentful spirits there were exuding a white mist. The sacrificial altar descended rumblingly, snatching at the ghost hunter. Countless resentful spirit on the altar gushed out white mist, swarming towards the ghost hunter. The altar was covered in the white mist. A soul-destructive aura diffused from the altar, as if it was judging the creatures. The aura there was grim and solemn. The ghost hunter was besieged in the altar. All of a sudden, it turned back to the ferocious beast form, furiously roaring and attacking the white jade barrier of the sacrificial altar, releasing its strange and brutal energy. White bunches of light entangled the ghost hunter, piercing and intruding his body. Chapter 606 Separate. Chapter 606 Separate. The ghost hunter roared in pain. This bunch of light had cut off the sharp thorns on his body. Fine cracks also appeared on the ghost hunter's armor. Are you convinced? Yama King Hades shouted with his dark face. This is the underworld god sacrifice. I got it from the Holy Land. Even the true god realm expert would become a sacrifice to the underworld god. If you leave that kid and work for our dark clan, I can spare you from this calamity. The ghost hunter was screaming and howling, but he didn't answer the Yama King. The armor on his body started to crack. Sure, Yen was concentrating on building the teleportation formation. Suddenly he turned around, facing the sky above his head. He had thought that the ghost hunter could stop Hades. He didn't expect that the beast would fall into this situation. Normally, a level 9 demonic beast was a little bit stronger than an expert who had just entered the true god realm. Although the ghost hunter had just reached level 9, Yama King Hades seemed to have reached the true god realm not long before himself. According to his estimation, he thought the ghost hunter would win. He had underestimated Hades' competence. Also, he didn't know that Yama King Hades had received a big harvest from the 3 bottom levels of the underworld. He should speed up building the teleportation formation. He didn't know when more pagan experts would come here after Yama King Hades. Thus, he was determined to finish this stuff at the fastest speed. As for Chao Chiu Dao and Fan Xiangyan, he deemed that they wouldn't be eroded shortly. Thus, he wasn't going to protect them at the moment. However, from the current situation, things had gone beyond his estimation. Underworld, God, sacrifice. Sure, Yen scooped his head and muttered while his face became colder. While his thought flickered, the storage ring flashed. 3 bone spears he had just refined shot out with a sharp whistle. The white light zoomed out as fast as lightning, crossed the space, and appeared behind Yama King Hades, stabbing furiously. Puff! Yama King Hades trembled and fell forward. 3 blood holes appeared on his back. As his soul was controlling the underworld god's sacrifice, when he got hurt, the power of the altar reduced greatly. The ghost hunter finally had a moment of freedom in the white altar. He took out the demonic bell and shook it crazily. Demon waves rippled from the bell. Amidst the strange jingling, the waves hit the sacrificial altar, and fire sparked everywhere. The ear-splitting explosions reverberated in the sky. Yama King Hades' soul was screaming heavily. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Shuryen, talking through his gritted teeth. "Damn you, human!" A pallid underworld hand seal that looked like layers of white cloud descended rumblingly on Shuryen's head, as imposing as a mountain. 3 bone thorns appeared next to him out of thin air. Shuryen cracked a smile, his eyes bright. The bone thorns were refined from a level 10 beast's bones. Although they weren't divine weapons, however, after Shuryen had added his soul consciousness, they became strange and unpredictable. They could cross spaces easily, which was the special feature of his soul consciousness. Space power could tear space that no one could track down. It could storm out from any angles to perform the most dangerous ambush. Yama King Hades, a true God Realm warrior, was his first experimental subject. Luckily, it worked all right at the first trial. 3 bone thorns had left 3 fist-sized blood holes on Hades' back. If Yama King Hades weren't strong enough, that strike could take his life. Shuryen felt contented. Yen wasn't worried about the mountain-like underworld hand seal above his head. He smiled quietly, urging his soul power again. The underworld hand seal snatched down. But all of a sudden, a space crack appeared above Shuryen's head. Yama King Hades was stunned, looking at the underworld hand seal falling into that space crack and disappearing completely, leaving nothing behind. Shuryen could counter the attack of the Ghost Mark clan sages at the True God Realm, which gave him a deeper understanding of space power. Now he could tear the space quickly and swallow all furious attacks. Ghost Hunter, give him brutal attack. After he had dissolved the underworld hand sea, Shuryen's soul was a little bit tired. He hurried to assign the Ghost Hunter. The Ghost Hunter was roaring and screaming crazily. The demonic bell in his hand was shaken constantly. Demonic light waves continually rippled, creating a barrier covering all underworld's hotshots. Even Yama King Hades couldn't escape that demonic light. The demonic beast's power was much crazier and more ruthless than the underworld's warriors. The tantrum of the Ghost Hunter had pushed the underworld's experts backward. As Shuryen had successfully ambushed Yama King Hades, the latter was bleeding badly. Since his underworld hand seal with his soul energy was swallowed by a space crack, and his soul was hurt, Hades couldn't urge the underworld god sacrifice again. He was distraught. Seeing the Ghost Hunter's rage, Yama King Hades had no way to counter. He knew that even if he could gather his energy, he wasn't the Ghost Hunter's match. Hades had to retreat, at a place far away from the Coldwind Island. He threw the bronze mirror out again to retrieve the dark sea water, which was covering the entire Coldwind Island, like a whale taking in water. Ghost Hunter, wait for me. The next time I'm here is the time of your death. Hades roared indignantly. His figure faded away and eventually disappeared. The giant body of the Ghost Hunter changed. Shortly, he returned to the cold, handsome, but evil-looking young man. He sneered, his face disdainful. Yama King Hades left, so Chao Chiu Dao's group restored quickly. Chao Chiu Dao didn't get hurt. While Ghost Hunter and Hades were engaging in their battle, He had disappeared mysteriously for a while. Chao Chiu Dao had mastered his shadowless path. Once he disappeared and reappeared again, it was the time his life-taking attack came into effect. The reason why Yama King Hades had to retreat quickly was that he was afraid the shadowless path of Chao Chiu Dao. He understood well how dangerous Chao Chiu Dao was. He was like a toxic viper hiding in the dark, which could emerge at any minute. Shi Yan, what means did you use to dissolve Yama King Hades' attack? Chao Chiu Dao was surprised. He strolled to Shi Yan and asked, I'm good at hiding, and I have a profound knowledge of ambushing. I was behind Hades, but I didn't see the trajectory of the 3-bone spears. How did you do that? Fan Xiang Yin also looked at him with an odd expression, waiting for his explanation. If you can break space, no one can track you down, Shi Yan answered nonchalantly. He didn't explain further, concentrating on the teleportation formation in front of him. Chao Chiu Dao contemplated. He vaguely got something, but Fan Xiangyin and the others didn't get the meaning behind Shi Yan's words. However, they didn't want to chase him. Seeing Shi Yan focusing on building the teleportation formation, they all shut their mouths and scattered to protect him from a distance. Shi Yan knew he didn't have too much time. He wholeheartedly put his mind to work. 3 days later, he had finished the formation, using his soul to carve the space nodes to connect this formation to the formation of the northern Gem Mountain. The teleport formation suddenly glowed like a lamp as unique space fluctuations rippled. We can leave now, Shi Yan exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Go through the teleportation formation, and you can arrive at the divine Great Land directly. If you don't have any other ideas, we can go now. Chao Chiu Dao's group understood well that they couldn't linger in the endless sea anymore. They all nodded without any hesitation. On the other side, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea acted strangely. The two of them were using a soft tone to summon the other members of the Corpse clan. You guys, Shi Yan was surprised. Is there a place called the Ancient Corpse Tomb in that land? Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea asked in unison. A strange light crossed Shi Yan's eyes. He didn't want to conceal. True, there's a place called the Ancient Corpse Tomb. How did you know that? The inheritance we got came from that area. Our fellows are still calling for us from that area, using our Corpse clan's unique method. Corpse Mount talked slowly, but he couldn't explain clearly with unnatural pauses. However, both Shi Yan and Chao Chiu Dao understood his words, their faces scared. Shi Yan tried to press down the anxiety in his heart. He pondered, then gritted his teeth. Go. You should call your fellows. I'll take you guys there. Shi Yan. Chao Chiu Dao couldn't help but shout. Don't say anything. I know what you're thinking. Shi Yan looked cold. Even if they get stronger in the future and become the strongest force of the Corpse clan, I have no problem with that. As things have turned into this, a little more chaotic is not much different to me. Chao Chiu Dao was upset, but still he didn't try to persuade him further and just nodded begrudgingly. He and Shi Yan understood that the ancient corpse tomb in the divine Great Land would absolutely have formidable experts of the Corpse clan. Once they let Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea come to the ancient corpse tomb. Even though they had a good relationship with Shi Yan, they would be brainwashed. With the stronger power they could get from the ancient corpse tomb, they would become the executioners slaughtering mankind. I want to stay here for a while. They do too. However, at this moment, the ghost hunter walked over with the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects and the Holy Spirit god. There's power in the heavenly demon mountain range, in the vault of Heaven's Sea, that could make us stronger. We want to get it. What kind of power? Sure, Yen changed his expression. Don't know, but I can feel it, Ghost Hunter mused for a while. Wait until we can have that power in the heavenly demon mountain range. We will be stronger. At that time, we can support you better. the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God stood silently near him, letting him talk for them. Shi Yan was moved. He knew the situation was changing massively in the way he couldn't understand. This world would become the battlefield of many races. If he could gather enough forces, he would survive the upcoming violent war. Of course, he wouldn't hinder them. He advised them to be careful. Eventually, the ghost hunter, the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God left. They separated from him at the Cold Wind Island. Shi Yan activated the teleportation formation. He took Chao Dao's group and the crowd of members of the Corpse Clan to the northern Gem Mountain in the divine Great Land group by group. However, right after he appeared in the teleportation formation he built in the northern Gem Mountain, he changed his complexion into a dark and sinister one. Chapter 607, Catastrophe. Chapter 607, Catastrophe. Columns of thick black smoke soaring into the sky looked like long dragons meandering on the horizon. Images sent to his eyes were all about ruins. It was the whole vast area of silence under his soul consciousness surveying. The northern Gem City, situated next to the northern Gem Mountain, had no fluctuations of life. It seemed that everybody living in the city had died. The teleportation formation he had built in a flank of a mountain in the northern Gem Mountain wasn't damaged, but there was no man of the Yang family here. The entire northern Gem Mountain had fallen into silence and darkness. Apparently, a big change had happened here. Floating above the northern Gem Mountain, Shi Yan was worried, his eyes gloomy and serious. He continued to guide his soul consciousness around the area, then moved towards the Radiant God cult. Places where his soul consciousness glided above had no signs of mankind. The spirit temples of the Radiant God cult were just ruins now. Many cities and manors had been burned into ashes. The situation of the Radiant God cult was strangely similar to the Endless Seas. This was a genocide war. Chao Dao, Fan Xiangyan, and the others also felt insecure. They were hovering in the sky, gathering their minds to observe everywhere. Their complexion darkened. The hope they just had developed seemed to be dragged out of their hearts little by little. However, the clansmen of the Corpse Clan, including Corpse Mount and Corpse, acted as if they didn't see the miseries around. They kneeled down and bowed towards the general direction of the ancient corpse tomb, as though their god and their belief were there. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved quickly. After a while, he descended on a mountain of the northern Gem Mountain. His face was grim as he took a cold breath. The event happening in the Endless Sea also takes place in the Divine Great Land. Perhaps the situation here is more severe than in the Endless Sea. Chao Dao was stupefied. He sighed and then nodded. You guys should make up your mind. I haven't destroyed the teleportation formation in the Cold Wind Island. If you want to go back now, I can take you there. Shi Yan's face was ice cold. He didn't want to conceal anymore. As far as I am concerned, the Divine Great Land's now more dangerous. If you stay here, I'm not sure what would happen. We need to discuss. Chao Dao didn't decide immediately. He pondered, then muttered to Fan Xiangyan and the others. We need to discuss. Whether leaving or staying, we need to decide quickly. I'll go and check for a while. You guys stay here and make up your mind. Shi Yan frowned. Abruptly, he flew towards the Spirit Treasure Sect. Shortly, he was in the adjacent area between the Spirit Treasure Sect and the Northern Gem Mountain. Shi Yan urged his soul consciousness to sense the wonderful stone city, a deadly silent area. Shi Yan discolored in fright. The surprise in his heart swelled bigger. From deep inside his soul, an anxious, frightful feeling arose. What had happened? The Radiant God cult and the Spirit Treasure Sect were both destroyed. Why had such strong ancient factions collapsed and their main gates struck down? He had stayed in the endless sea for only 1 year. It was a short period. However, the divine great land seemed to have an earth-shaking calamity. Everything had changed, and only one thing remained. The sun, the moon, and the stars were still shining together in the sky. Due to the change of heaven and earth, the powers of his martial spirits had been increased rapidly, which made him feel lucky. However, looking at the phenomenon in the sky, he only felt chilled. Was it the sign of an apocalypse? Was it the sign that mankind was about to be destroyed and replaced? With a stupefied complexion, he suddenly felt lost. He returned to the northern gem mountain in a daze. We had decided to stay, Chao Chiu Dao said determinedly. The Dark Clan and the Demon Clan are slaughtering the entire endless sea. Once we go back, we'll become the biggest targets. Although we don't know what has happened in the divine great land, at least we haven't met any enemy yet. Perhaps we won't become the main targets. At this moment, Shi Yan felt really distressed. He didn't think much and just said deliberately, "If you want to stay, just stay." As things have accelerated to this point, I have no means to support you much. I've said that you guys could be members of the Yang family. Forget it. We shall separate from here. We know nothing about this place. Chao Zhilan sighed piteously. Before this event, I had known something about this place. But at this moment, you and I are the same. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile, waving his hand. From now on, you should find your way to survive. I actually have no way to help you, furthermore. He was really twitchy. The calamity that happened to the Radiant God cult told him that something really terrible had happened throughout the divine great land. Nobody remained in this area. Even if he wanted to ask for information, he couldn't find anyone. He couldn't guess whether his family and the Yang family and the Shi family were still alive or dead, which put him deep into sorrow. As far as I've known, your Yang family's immortal blood has magical effects. It can even sense the existence of the opponents and what will happen in the future. Chao Chiu Dao's eyes sparkled with strange light, talking to him with a soft tone. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. It was true. The immortal blood did have magical effects. You guys should take a rest. Shi Yan's face was moved. He found a cave and sat down cross-legged. He used his mind to control the immortal rebirth secret to condense the immortal blood. Then he could use the secret technique to predict. A ruby drop of immortal blood turned into scarlet mist under his power. Flows of pure energy rumblingly poured into the scarlet mist. His soul and soul consciousness started to change and cooperate with the red mist. He was using the obsessiveness in his mind to call for one person, using his thought to sense him. An immense light glowed inside the scarlet mist, turning into a hazy mirror. An image slowly appeared in it, Yang Zhua. Yang Zhua's shadow became clearer. He was in a desolate jungle. The big trees there seemed to wither. The flora there was tall and strong, jutting from the greenish-gray ground. Thick grass was reaching around people's waist. Shi Yan could see the vague images of some persons standing next to Yang Zhua. With a close look, he could recognize them. They were Yang Mu, Yang Shui, Shi Jian, and the other seniors of the Shi family. Many people were gathering and discussing something. It gave Shi Yan a severe and solemn feeling. Shi Yan was struck. He poured more soul power into the red mist to expand it. Abruptly, the red mist projected more shadows, all of them being vague. Shi Yan couldn't see their original appearances. However, from their shapes, he knew they were all humans. Switching his view, he recognized many shadows moving in that vast jungle. He didn't know how many people were gathering there. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out from the jungle, piercing through the red mist in front of him. His fog dispersed. The effect of the immortal blood was over at this moment. Shi Yan's soul and spirit were exhausted, and he woke up. Cao Qiu Dao and his team could feel the energy moving in this area. They wanted to get closer, but the war devil had stopped them. Cao Qiu Dao got it. As the war devil had stopped them, they didn't try to barge in, just waiting at their spots. Inside the cave, Shi Yan took the soul-gathering pearl out of the storage ring. Watching the fine fibers moving inside the black pearl, he felt happy. Putting the soul-gathering pearl at his glabella, Shi Yan used his sea of consciousness to draw that pure soul energy, bit by bit. After half a minute, he got up. His spirit was high, and the anxiety on his face was washed away. How was it? Cao Qiu Dao saw him walking out, so he hurried to greet him, his face longing. They're okay. They have moved to a place we don't know. Not only the Radiant God cult, but also the hotshots of the other factions are there. Shi Yan talked about the vague images he had seen. I think the 7 ancient factions of the divine Great Land have joined hands. They are gathering at the same place to counter the strong enemies. As long as we can find their location, you guys can go there, too. As Cao Qiu Dao heard him say so, his spirit was lifted up. You guys, Shi Yan was hesitant, looking at the members of the corpse clan standing far from him. We want to go to the ancient corpse tomb. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea replied him without any hesitation. Cao Qiu Dao's face was dark and cold, while a brutal light sparkled in his eyes. Shi Yan squinted, looking at him coldly before he talked to Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. You guys can leave now. I hope when we meet again, you still know who I am. We will. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea answered him in unison. Then they used the special etiquette of the Corpse clan to bid him farewell. The 2 Corpse Kings led their clansmen, strolling towards the ancient corpse tomb. Shi Yan looked at them leaving, his face odd, sad, and mournful. You should kill them, Cao Qiu Dao said with a cold tone. They are all pagans. Sooner or later, they will become your enemies. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea have unpredictably huge potential. If they get to the ancient corpse tomb, their powers would skyrocket. Perhaps they will become the future leaders of the Corpse clan. Your deed shows that you are irresponsible towards the entire mankind. It's okay, Shi Yan shrugged. According to my experience, sometimes the pagan tribes are more trustworthy. Cao Qiu Dao was surprised, looking at him dazedly without saying anything. What should we do now? Fan Xiangyan asked. How do we know the gathering spot of humans in the divine Great Land? Shi Yan, do you have any clue? I have no idea at this moment, Shi Yan shook his head. But suddenly he smiled. You guys should stay here first. For a short period at least, this place should be safe enough. I want to go out to find someone and ask for the current situation. Who are you looking for? Anybody. As long as it's a living creature, I can use my soul to contact them. Even if it is a pagan, as long as it's alive, it should know what had happened in the divine Great Land. Be careful. All right, you guys should be more careful. I'm going to block the teleportation formation here. Don't worry, no one can get here from the endless sea through this formation. You just need to watch over the situation around here. Cao Qiu Dao's group listened to him. They nodded silently, and they didn't ask to go with him. Sure, Yan didn't say any more nonsense. He advised them and then flew towards the Spirit Treasure Sect. He could confirm that the calamity happened in the divine Great Land is related to the alien tribes here. The Dark Spirit Clan and the Ghostmark Clan must have had a part in this. About the Corpse Clan, he didn't dare to confirm. The Spirit Treasure Sect had the shady firmament Old Mound, the gathering spot of the Ghostmark Clan. Going in that direction, he could find something as long as he was careful. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.